you can see that right now we are in the administrator sign-in portal. So if you look up here to the top at your URL, you will see that each individual portal has their own URL. So this particular one is Train 01, and you can see that I'm in the admin portal by looking at the admin part of the URL. There's also a teacher portal. There's also a public portal and a substitute portal. So you can access those portals by signing in through the different URLs and in having a username and password for those portals. Right now so I'm going to just show you real quickly. If I wanted to sign in to the teacher portal, teachers here, and you can see that they kind of have a different sign in. We'll be talking about this message later, but you can customize it, for the specific portal that you're signing into. But we'll talk about that here in a minute. So I'm going to go back to my admin portal because that's what we're going to use today. Different trainings, we may sign into that teacher portal or even the substitute portal or the public portal. But this particular one, we're going to stay in the admin portal. So you can see here that here is my administrator login portal. I have down here at the bottom, you can see the date and the time that I'm signing in. You can also see that I'm signing into, we are updated to the 25.6 database. So if you click into that, you'll see that's the version that our server is on currently. You'll probably never use this information, but maybe your tech coordinator or somebody at the district level would need this, especially if you're having maybe some issues with PowerSchool or something like that. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and again, here's your username and password. It looks like everybody's kind of getting signed in with their usernames and password. I'm going to go ahead and put my username in and my password. And I'm going to go ahead and sign into the admin portal then.
So some of our trainings, we do have you in your own database, and we're actually walking you through how to make changes and how to set things up. And we'll be doing some of that on this training, but it'll really be more of a playground type of an atmosphere for you where, you're in this database with all fake data. You will see pretty quickly that these are definitely fake names of teachers, fake names of students. It's all scrambled data, so none of it's real. And that's important to note because you can't hurt anything. So if you change student data, it's all fake. And then Kim, can you review the documentation somebody mentioned while you were on the login page?
Yes.
That they had missed that?
Absolutely. So if you go up here again to that question mark at the top right of your page and go to meta documentation. And then earlier, I just filtered on this particular training. This is all of our documentation for every training. But if you filter and go to subject and go down to initial product training, you'll see all of the information that you need for this particular training. Yeah. Reference cards, some how-to documents, and so on.
Yeah, and if you were looking at a different training or subject area, there's like all those filters Kim has open on the right. Those are great to use because you can sift right down to exactly what you're looking for by core area or by subject area within the core area, document type. So it's pretty nice. Our developer created this last year. And so our documentation, if you haven't been on one of our trainings for a couple of years, may look different right now. Just a note, Kim, I'm not sure if you mentioned this, and I apologize if you did. You cannot access this documentation unless you are logged into one of our supported PowerSchool environments. So this is specific to Meta customers. And I bring that up because if you were to try to favorite or save this page to your browser, you would have to go through PowerSchool every time to get back to this page. It's just the way the security is set up, so not just anybody can access this particular page.
And that was different from last year too, as well. So thank you, Stephen.
Mm-hmm.
Back to the beginning, we're just going to start with a little tour of the page of the start page here. I'm going to go through a couple things. I'm going to turn it over to Stephen, and he's going to go through a couple things. So just as you can see on your start page, up here, we do have our logo up here to the left, left-hand corner. And you may have your logo there, you may not have your logo there, but you will see that once you get logged into your system. Here we do have the logo. If by clicking on that upper left-hand corner, this will bring you back to the start page every time. So even if you don't have anything there, if you click on that up there in the left-hand upper corner, it will bring you back to this start page. The start page always defaults to the students. You can see at the drop down under the word start page, you also have the option of choosing staff or contacts here, but it will always default to that student page. Notice my red banner here to the top. This is customizable. And as this training goes on, you will notice that we use that word a lot because PowerSchool is customizable for each of your districts. When you go back and you log into your own, it's probably not going to look like ours. The basics will, but your district leader or someone that has district access may have changed things throughout your system to look a little bit differently. So again, we're going to be using that customization word a lot probably throughout this training, as it is very customizable. So this red banner at the top is something customized that we've done for this training base. This is done through our notifications, and you can put whatever message you want to there. Again, when you get back in your district, I should say this too, you may not have the security to do all the things that you're going to have to do in this train database. So again, you may not have access to change this custom message on your screen, but you can play around with it in our train database and put whatever you want in there. I'm just going to go through really quickly about how I showed this, which is down here at the very bottom in applications, and I go to notifications, and then I can add any desired message that I want to. So you can see there's previous ones that are not enabled right now, and the one that I have enabled, it says, welcome to Meta School District. This is a train database. And I can click on that. I can change it. I can also send it out to any of the portals that I want to. Right now, I just want my admin to see it, but I can also put it towards my teachers portal, my public, or my subs portal. I can enter a notification start date and end date. So yeah, I want this to be done at 8/31 because it's probably going to change. Everybody's going to be back to school, and I'm gonna want that message to change. I can do it to all of my buildings, or I can just do it to the current school only. Also, this is where you enable it. So once I checkbox that and I submit, that message is enabled and is going to appear on my start screen. So again, I'm going to go back up here to my left-hand corner, and I'm going to go back to my start screen, and there it is. Okay, so that's just a quick reference of why that's showing there and how you change that. Okay, so on the right, we're seeing that right now, you're seeing today's date. You're also seeing that I'm logged into the district office right now. If I use my drop down, I'm going to be able to see every building that I have in my train database. Again, when you log into your own, you may not have access to all the buildings in your district. You may only have access to the one that you are particularly working at. You may also not have district office access, which is pretty normal for maybe like a secretarial position or something that is in a particular building. You also see that we oh, actually, I want to show you something really quickly. As you look through these buildings, I also have it set where I can see the IRN to these buildings. That is something that you would set for your own personal profile. So I believe we'll be going through that later, but I just
Yep.
wanted to point that out. Yep, that's one of the things that you can kind of set for yourself the way you want to see something illustrated in uh, under that building switcher. Also to the right, you'll see the term switcher. So you can see here that this is the terms that are set up for our building now. So this shows all the scheduling terms that are already set up in my train database right now. So I have semesters and quarters set up. You can also go back in time and see the previous year's terms as well. So we'll touch more on this later in the training, but this is just a basic way to navigate yourself from left to right, just kind of our basics. That's something that people might change or use every single day. All right, Stephen, do you want to take over how some searching works?
Yeah. Yep.
All
I
righty,
can
let
take over
me
from there.
stop sharing here for a
I
minute.
will share my screen now. Believe I'm sharing my screen with the same train database. Yeah, I just want to point out, so we put a poll in the chat. Thanks for that, Chris. And it is really helpful for us to know what where you're at with PowerSchool, what your experience is like. So I see several people did answer that, and I see that we have at least 3 on the call that have never worked in PowerSchool, and that's really helpful for us to know. So as we talk through these things, a couple of notes. One, Kim and Sally and I, the ones doing the bulk of the training today, we will try to be we'll try to be cognizant of the fact that there are people who are brand new, and there are a few people who have been in this a year or more that are here for a refresher, which is great too. So we have quite a variety of learners on the call. So again, I just wanted to point out it's really helpful when you answer those polls, and we can kind of see where we're at, kind of where you're at with your learning, what you've learned, what you want to learn, but what you need to learn today, right? Why you're here. So we'll just be cognizant of that as we're going through this. And if there's anything that you see that you're unsure about, or you want more information on, we may refer you to some documentation. We may be able to answer that question in the moment. Or, if you want us to elaborate, or even earlier, we went over something and somebody had missed it, and that's okay. So if you, I know some people were getting logged in earlier when we went over those introductory things. If you just need us to recap something that we've gone over, please let us know. But most importantly, ask your questions. So as we're going along, please ask questions. I know Kim said that at the beginning as well. You can put it in the chat. You can take yourself off mute. But just really important, the more interactive these are, we've found, the more helpful they are for everybody here. So so yeah, if you could answer those polls, that would be great. I realized that I actually answered the first one, and I probably shouldn't have because I skewed our data a little bit. But I will I will X out of it from here on out, so I'm not skewing our data. But I'm starting to see those answers to the current question come in. Main goals for using PowerSchool: basic knowledge, knowledge for starting scheduling, file activation, a refresher, the withdraw process, the start of school. Absolutely, these are all different reasons why you're here. And again, we really appreciate that. You come in here and asking your questions and getting involved. So, all right. So on to the content here. As Kim pointed out, we are going to talk a little bit about searching, but not quite student searches yet. That will be a little bit later this morning, and that's a very important piece. What we consider one of the most important things you're going to use PowerSchool for is finding your students. I'm going to touch on that a little bit right now, and I do want to show you this top menu and point out this PowerSchool search. This PowerSchool search item up here is a pretty powerful tool, but it's not just for student searching. It's also for staff search and contact search, which we will define throughout the training what a contact is. And it's also for searching pages, just simply searching pages in PowerSchool. So I'm going to click into here, and I've come up with a few examples, but whatever I start to type here, PowerSchool is going to start displaying results of what it thinks I am looking for. So if I just start with something like ATT, you might be searching for an attendance page. Note that I have my PowerSchool search bar set to include students and staff and contacts, which can be customized, by the way. But if I keep scrolling down, if I only wanted to use this for pages, I could set up my PowerSchool search this way. And we'll show you how to do that in a little bit here. So the pages that I'm searching, note that there's an ATT somewhere, must be an ATT somewhere in the title or the page itself. So probably the title though. So attributes, attachments, attendance is what I was thinking about when I started typing ATT. But there's all these pages, and as I type more, notice that my results will go down pretty quickly because it's pretty I guess the downside, but could also be beneficial to this PowerSchool search, is that it's very specific. As I start typing more letters, I'm going to sift right down to only the letters that are in those page names. And it looks like it's hesitating a little bit, but maybe I got too specific here. So we'll go back to attend. So now I'm looking at only attendance pages. Note that I'm no longer seeing students and contacts and staff because none of them have attend in their name. So it's looking through names of people in your district. Again, people includes all of the above that I just named, groups of people, and then we're looking at pages. So if I saw somebody in the chat mention scheduling, so if I was working on scheduling for students, I might start to type the word sched in the search here, and then I'm going to get any page title with the word schedule in it. We do have a team of developers, Kim referenced this earlier, who work on what are called customizations that she mentioned. Customizations is a way to basically, at least the way we see it, is to improve functionality in PowerSchool. So there's developers all around the world that customize PowerSchool. And PowerSchool, the company, allows developers to customize their own environments. And so what our team of developers does is they customize certain pages and functionality. And one of the things that they've put some time into and plan on putting more time into in the future is improving the functionality of this search so that when I start typing a word or a certain series of words, it would actually look into the pages on here as well. That's the long-term goal, or into the description of the page to help you find more of what you're looking for. So that's future development, future things to come. I do want to point out that again, being a train environment, you're going to see some odd names. So the names are basically just mostly words in the English language put together, shoved together in a first, middle, and last name usually. So I just wanted to point that out when you start seeing these things here when we're searching people. So I typed the word sched or the the phrase sched or the stem sched, whatever you want to call it, and I'm getting all of these options for pages. I do want to point out one of them while we're here because Kim mentioned looking at your term switcher in the top right corner. And you may wonder as a brand new user, well, how do I see where those terms are set up and what's all set up in there? This is a pretty commonly used page in PowerSchool for our district leaders, for our admin users, kind of on the setup end. If you're in charge of start of year, if you're in charge of scheduling, you may be referencing this years and terms page. So I'll just quickly pop over there, and I just wanted to show you this is where the setup is done here. So I can see every year-long term in the history of when my district has used PowerSchool. Again, we'll probably say this several times, but because we're in a trained database, you're going to see some funky type of data, like the fact that it looks like there's two years for every year in here. That's not normal. You wouldn't see that. You wouldn't expect to see that in your own environment. But if I wanted to see how those terms are set up, I would simply click Edit Terms next to my current year-long term. And it looks like that's the rogue one there. So I'm gonna pop back over here. And that's more what I expected to see. So my school year setup. So just so you know, that's where you, here, let's go here. Nope, okay. So again, trained database, sometimes unexpected behavior, but typically if I click on edit terms, I would see my year-long term, I would see my semesters if I have them built, I would see my quarters as well. So I'm gonna pop back to the main page here and get back to where we need to be. So 25-26 year is where we'll be working primarily today, but there will be times, there will be certain things that will pop back to a prior year, because when we start talking about student data specifically, we're going to be referencing attendance and grade records, and because the year hasn't started yet, 25-26 for most of us, we don't have any student data specific to the school year yet. And so we may pop back to the 24-25 year, which you can do in your home environment or in this train database. You can always pop back to a prior year, depending on what you're looking for. It may be useful to you. All right. So just one more example here. I'm just going to type the word print, but similarly, just another idea of ways you might be searching for pages in PowerSchool. I think that's the most useful reason for this PowerSchool search. You can search people down at this bar, which we are definitely going to get into in just a little bit here. But again, this can be used to search people, but I primarily use it for pages. And in fact, in the last couple of years since they've improved this functionality, I've relied so much more on this search here. You may even see me use it throughout the training when I'm looking for something rather than going through these menus. We will be going through this menu over here and all the little pop-out menus and all the different pages you can go to. But sometimes if I know exactly the name of the page, or I have a pretty good idea of the name of the page I'm looking for, this is where I'm going right here. All right. Any questions about the PowerSchool search before we go on? Not seeing anything in chat. Again, feel free to use the chat or take yourself off mute as you have questions or need clarification on anything. The next link I want to point out up here is it says Meta Solutions. It's kind of covered up. And what this is if I click on this here, this is just going to show me which customizations that Meta has created that are currently enabled or active on this page. So if you were logged into an environment that was not a Meta customer and did not have our Meta customizations package, you wouldn't see these here, and you wouldn't see that. You wouldn't even see this link up here. So again, our developers are customizing functionality in PowerSchool, and this gives you an idea of the ways that this particular page is customized. So this will change depending on what page you are on. And if there were any customizations that were available in the Meta catalog that were not enabled right now, you'd see those down here. So I just wanted to point that out. Typically, from where we stand over at Meta, your district leaders, hopefully you know who that is in your district, they're the ones that are enabling customizations to on or disabling them if they don't feel like they need them. There's a lot of customizations out there, and I don't want to confuse the point. But again, there's developers I mentioned all over the world customizing PowerSchool. These are just our customizations, but we do utilize customizations that we didn't create as well and have them in our environments. And again, it's the choice of the district leader in each district which to enable or not. So if there's functionality, you're not sure whether there's something for that out there, you may want to point that question to your district leader within your district and ask them if there's something that, quote, does that. And maybe they can find out for you. And if they need help, they can reach out to our Meta team. And we can maybe help them find if there's a customization out there for that functionality that you're looking for. All right. This bell here is for notifications. So notifications is newer functionality to PowerSchool. We don't have any set up here in our train environment, but Kim referenced this a little bit earlier. That notifications is something that you can set up in PowerSchool for users to pop up to kind of get their attention. So we don't have any set up here. Applications is probably something a new user will never use, more of a district leader type thing. So I'm going to skip over that. And then I do want to point out system alerts. This is just going to tell you when your last sign-in was, if there was an attempted sign-in, a failed sign-in. So if you clicked there, you might see that. Those of you who are having trouble getting logged in earlier, maybe had the wrong password or something, it will note that. And there's other system alerts that are set up in some districts that you might see there as well. So not very commonly used, but there are two icons I'm going to talk about next, one of which you may not see on your screen. And I want to point out why and what that means. So I'm hovering over it to see what it means. It says report queue. The reason I'm seeing that, and you're probably not seeing that right now, is because I ran a report in this Train01 environment. I ran a student data report, and once I do so, I have a report queue up here at the top where I can click into it and I can go straight to that screen. So we will touch on this later this morning as well, but I just wanted to point out that's why that icon exists. It basically, PowerSchool creates a quick link in the menu at the top of your screen once you've run a print a report job, I'll call it, in your system specific to the user. You will start to have a queue, and this is your hyperlink or quick link, I'll call it, directly back to that queue. So that's what that means. And again, why you might not be seeing it quite yet. All right, not to be confused with the printer icon. I have mixed feelings about these two links because sometimes I do get them confused. Sometimes I see this one and I think it's my print queue. All I have to do is hover over it for it to tell me exactly what that means. So print this page could be useful to you to print any page in PowerSchool that you'd like. And I'm going to show you an example. Obviously, the example of printing this particular page wouldn't be a very good one because I'm on the start page. I don't have any information. This print page does cut off the left side menu, thankfully. We don't really need to see that for any reason when we go to a page. But I'll go ahead and I'm at the district office and I'm just picking any particular student right now. And I tend to like this view. So I have, we're going to pretend I have a student that walked into my office and or a parent that walked into my office and says, hey, can I get a quick version of, or a copy of my schedule? And I could, I don't have to go to the printer report and print their particular schedule. I could just do it this way. And that would be the view they get. So you're going to get the student's name. You do get those headers like the school switcher and the term switcher that Kim referenced earlier, but that's okay. More importantly, you get the student line. This is called the student line up here, and that's customizable by your district leader. We'll probably reference that more than once today, but this is plugged in by your district leader on what they wanted it to show up here per student. So you're seeing that on every student page that we're going to look at today, as well as their notification icons. That all comes over with a print a student page. And then most importantly, again, the page that I was seeking out to print is right here. There's several ways in PowerSchool to print a student schedule, but this is just the example that I happen to use here. Another, obviously, again, parent, student walks in the room, guardian walks in the room. I may go to the student's quick lookup. Being that we're at the beginning of the school year, this student does not have any grades in the teacher grade book yet. But if they did, this might be a good quick reference if you had a student come or a parent coming in for a academic concern meeting, and I could just run that. You notice that I could save it as a PDF, or I can print it to one of my printers here, and I could just run that report right there. So it's not always the prettiest view, but it is pretty useful at times, especially when you need something quick in a pinch. So I do recommend that print a page, depending on what you're doing. Just keep that in mind. Any page that you're on in PowerSchool, that printer icon is going to be there. All right. So I'm going to quickly glaze over this one. Kim did go over this earlier. She talked about the meta documentation. That's a very useful resource you'll find here. There's also this system help menu though, and the system help menu is PowerSchool's version of help. So again, we have our own documentation. Some of our documentation comes right from these pages, but this is going to get you the most up-to-date information in this moment from PowerSchool themselves. So with updates to their SIS or their program, their software, they do, excuse me, update these pages. And so I think it's really helpful to know that I can come here, I can search for whatever it is that I'm wanting to learn more about, or maybe functionality that I don't understand, and I can use the search to learn more about that subject area or what I'm trying to do. So all of these are subject areas, and if I just pop them out, I get a lot more information on each. So people, students, and student searches, again, we'll be covering this morning, but several specific functions that you can do with students as well in terms of searching. And I can close those up if I want to, or I don't have to either. So a lot of resource here, right here, built into PowerSchool now. Those of you who have been around a while may remember quick reference guides that you have to go out to PowerSchool's website to get on a separate website. For years now, they've built it all right into the software, and we like that. And that's why we thought, why not build our own documentation right into the software as well? Sort of, kind of. It does take you out to another site. But again, just want to point out that in order to get to our meta documentation, you have to be logged in and click this link here. You cannot save it to your favorites in your browser and reference it if you're not logged into PowerSchool. So,
Stephen, can I add something real quick on that?
You can, yeah.
This was an update in the spring, and maybe you said it because I'm still getting distracted with other things, but if you are on a specific page, so you're working on something, you are on a specific page, and then you go to that system help, it should automatically get you the help for the page that you're on. And that's something that we used to have, and then it went away, and now it's back again. And it doesn't work for all the pages, but it does work for quite a few of them.
Okay, thank you for pointing that out. So you're saying if I went to years and terms and went to the help menu, okay, great. That's really great to know. What a pro tip
there.
Yeah,
that's handy. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Okay. And maybe I could figure out why they weren't showing. Probably because I'm at the district office now that I'm realizing it, and not at the school level. That probably didn't help matters earlier. But anyway, that was bugging me. But I could learn more if I went to the help menu, right? Thank you, Chris. All right, so moving right along here. So the next piece that I want to point out is your manage profile. When I click on my initials up here, and yours are probably something like MM, like Meta or MU, a Meta user or whatever it is in our train database, but when you return to your home district, it is going to have your actual initials per the name that's in PowerSchool for you. So as you can see my name here, I see SP, I can click on that, and then I get a little drop down. Now I can use this here to sign out. So you may or may not know that you can sign out from this area over here. Eventually PowerSchool will log you out. There's a time set by your district leader on how quickly it logs you out. And there's a limit set by PowerSchool themselves on how long they'll let you stay logged in. It's a security issue, of course. You wouldn't want to. We don't recommend that you walk away from your computer and stay logged into PowerSchool with student data open. We do recommend that you log out each time. That way, nobody can see student data up on your screen or anything like that. But similar to the notifications that was introduced by PowerSchool last year, there's now a My Tasks function. We're not going to go deep into that right now. Actually, we're not going to go into it at all in this training, but I did want to point out that you can now create tasks for users or create tasks for yourself using the My Tasks functionality in PowerSchool. There may be a Power Hour in the future put on by Meta to talk more about that. We did have a training about a year ago, I think, on the new notifications and tasks functionality in PowerSchool. That may be, does anybody on the team know if that one's recorded out on the YouTube channel? Because I'm not sure, but it may be. In speaking of which, we may or may not have touched on this yet, but we do have, and I'll go back into our meta documentation to show you, if you go to the top, and it's kind of cut off in my browser here, it's probably just my browser thing, but there is a Meta YouTube channel. So if I click on Meta YouTube comment, that's cut off a little bit up here. You will find all of our virtual trainings have been recorded, including the very one you sit in today, will be recorded and put on our YouTube channel. So very useful, especially when we start putting out those power hours. We've said that a couple of times. I just want to kind of define what those are. Power hours are going to be more of a short, succinct version of a training, just really focusing on one subject only. So today, is kind of that wide general view of everything around PowerSchool, how to get around PowerSchool, how to use PowerSchool. But if you go out to our YouTube channel, you will find, again, the power hours that will be recorded in the future, as well as any schedule or any training that we've done virtually for the last, say, 5 years. We have a version of that on here. We just had our start of year training for district leaders and building leaders recently. We had our Power Teacher Pro recently, and in the spring, our team, Kim and Margie and I, did live side scheduling to show users how to put students into classes over here in PowerSchool. So just wanted to point that out as well. So I'm going to close out of those. Any questions about, and I am going to come back to this, by the way, but any questions about the help menu, the YouTube channel, the documentation, anything like that? All right. So I'm going to click into Manage Profile now. So we've already referenced this a couple of times, but we want to show you what's available, what options are available in here. So when I click onto Manage Profile after clicking on my initials, I can see my username, my full name as listed in PowerSchool, and my email address, whatever is listed in PowerSchool. And so here is where you can change your password. So whether you were in the train environment and you want to change your password again, or you're in your home environment, more likely, you can come over here and change your password. And we do recommend doing that from time to time. There are certain districts that are set up, that their security is set up to force a password change ever so often, so every 3 or 6 months or maybe 1 year. Not all of our districts are set up for that, but some of you are, and you can do that. So some of you also, a lot of you now have single sign-on where you're using a Google account or a Microsoft account, or maybe something else to get logged into PowerSchool. This is separate from that. This will not allow you to change your Google or your Microsoft password if you are a single sign-on school. And you would know you're a single sign-on school because you'd be prompted to log in a different way than we all logged into this Train 01 environment. And I am beginning to think maybe that's what threw some of our users this morning. Maybe they're used to just clicking into their Google account and it's taking them right into PowerSchool because of that convenient single sign-on, but also good for security. But not all of our districts have done that yet. So a lot of us are still logging in the traditional way. So these are all profile settings personal to my account. When I change something on this page, it's not going to impact your view. These settings are only impacting my view. And so I can change which page I want to display when I open a student profile. So you may or may not have noticed earlier when I clicked onto a student, I picked a student at random, and I wanted to show you that print a student page functionality. It did default right to his or her list schedule view, but I can change that. I have several options. Not every single student page is listed on here, but most of them are. And if there's a student page that I use frequently when I'm searching and working with students, or I have students walking in the door, parents walking in the door, demographics is probably a pretty commonly used one. If I'm a front office secretary and every time I search out a student, first thing I want to see is, parents, phone number, address, different student demographic information about that student, and demographics is where I'd find a lot of that information. So whichever the page is that you want it to default to in your own profile, you can do right here. Default log types, so some of you will use log entries. We'll reference them more in this training a little bit, but just as a note right now, log types are what we use to note anything, parent contact or discipline, or if a counselor met with a student, they might be using log entries. And so if you are entering log entries, if you are a type of user who will be entering log entries, what do you want it to default to when you go to a log entry to make a log entry? That's what that is. And if you don't use log entries, you don't have to worry about that. Homepage, almost everybody is going to leave their homepage set to start page. All right, so when we all logged in, we saw that student search, and then we saw our daily bulletin, whatever that's set to at the bottom. That is almost what every single user would have as a start page. But I did want to point out, if you want to get a little bit into the weeds and you want to get experimental here, you can change your home page. I played around with this a little bit in the past. It gives you an example. So you start with, you see up here in our URL, the page I'm on is right here. I don't think anybody's going to set this as their default page when they log in, but maybe. But so you would start with that URL. So I would go to the page that I use most frequently in PowerSchool maybe. I would copy that part of the URL. I would come to my manage profile settings. I'd paste that in here. And then when I log into PowerSchool, it's going to default to this page as I log in. Again, I'm going to guess it's a rarely used function. I've never used that myself. I've only ever left it set to the start page because when I go into PowerSchool, I'm typically wanting to look for students and I'm using the menu or I'm using the PowerSchool search, and I kind of have an idea of where I'm going. I don't need to, go any other place first usually. So just an idea here for something you want to experiment with. This here is something you may not have known existed before today. Maybe you noticed on my start page, and I'm going to pop back to the start page for just a moment. And I do want to point out, I'm going to click on my school logo, or basically up here in the left corner, and I'm going to click on Open Link in New Tab. I know there's a lot of users that don't handle their browser tabs this way, but I think it's pretty good for moving between different tabs in PowerSchool, having multiple things open. And so I'm going to right-click here. I'm going to open a new tab. And some users have found this useful when I've pointed this out. So I like to, drop in little tips here and there. And so I'm going to go over here to the start page. Notice that it did keep my student selection. So wherever I go in PowerSchool, as long as I don't change buildings or log out, it did keep my student selection here that I had earlier. But I wanted to show you what's maybe different here in my train environment on my profile specifically compared to maybe yours in your home district. Notice that I can search students by letter of the alphabet, and that pertains to their last name. So that's because I have that turned on. I don't want to steal Kim's, steal all Kim's content here, but I just wanted to point that out, that I could use this alphabet. Not everybody likes that. Not everybody wants that turned on, but I just wanted to point that out. So when I look here in my settings, if I don't want to see that, I could turn that off and I won't have the alphabet filter. Some don't use it. I always do though. I always have it turned on in the environments I'm in. All right. Smart search. So I could disable smart search. Kim will talk about what that is in a little bit here. Most people like to have it turned on. So I would say by default, you're going to have this open. You're not going to have it disabled. But I don't know, depending on how you use PowerSchool, you might not want that quote unquote in your way. Kind of similarly, by default, I would say you will want to include inactive student staff results in your searches. And again, when Kim starts talking about searching students, you will see the difference on what that means between having smart search on and including inactive students in your search. It does make a big difference. Now, typically, I know when you're working with students in your district, you're not typically looking at inactives. Maybe you are, but mostly you're probably not. But it is still good to have those results up here so you can decide whether you need to use them or not. All right. Student results. So, or quick search options. So this is pertaining to this search up here that I referenced earlier. So do I want contacts and staff to be included in my search? Maybe not. You may remember when I typed ATT earlier in this search up here, that it was a long list of staff and contacts and students that were included in there. I know some people will just turn off student, staff, and contacts and only use this to search pages. I will say in some of the environments that I have logins for, that's what I do. Because I'm searching students, staff, and contacts from the regular menu in PowerSchool, and I only use this to search pages. So it's completely up to you. It's your settings, in what you want to include in the PowerSchool search. And then by including student number in your results, so I'll do that same search I did earlier. Notice that it includes the student number here. That's what this pertains to. I can also include the state student number. So if you work with state data, that might be a good function to turn on here, and good checkbox to turn on. And then you'll have the student state student number in here as well in the details. But some of you might want to turn this completely off and just get the student names that you're looking for. Up to you. So we've referenced notifications a little bit earlier. Again, we're not going to get into notifications here, but you can turn on the notifications or you can turn them off within PowerSchool that are set up for you. Student line text, student line icons. Those are going to pertain to, on the student line, basically how these appear up here. Student line and student icons. And you have a little bit of control over the size. School switcher, this is what Kim referenced earlier. Note that we like to have the expanded view that's going to include the student or the number. You might not. Let's say that you're a district leader and you have 15 buildings. You're in a large district. This becomes a long list if you have access to all the buildings. And note that you only have access to you only see the buildings on this list that you have access to. So you may not, when you go back to your homeschool, you may only have one building. You may only have, say, Meta High School, whereas I have access to the district office and the graduate building and all of these others. In graduate building, note that that is where your students who graduate from high school go to. They become inactive and they go out to your graduate building. But we like to have the view where we can see the school number, because what we do here at Meta, sometimes that's really useful, and I don't want to have to go look for it somewhere else. Whereas at your building, you might never reference your school building number. And so you might want to just turn it on to condensed or tiny. I like the expanded view, and I don't mind having to scroll a little bit if that's necessary. You can disable the power search. Oh, I'm sorry. That's not power search. That's quick search. Power search is something on the start page that can be disabled. So I could turn that off if I wanted to. I will go ahead and do that here. That's a customization on the start page in the search. There is also dark mode, another customization. So I could go light by default. That's what we're looking at. I could go dark mode, maybe easier on the eyes. I'm not sure. I've never really used it, to be honest. Or you can be prompted to switch. So any questions about manage profile? I know that was kind of a long journey through that one. Maybe a little bit longer than I should have. All right. Okay. Okay, so I just saved my settings. I'm gonna pop back here, and I want to point out that there was a power search option down here. It's a little bit more of an advanced way of using fields to search in. So I turned that off because we're not going to be using that today. All right. I think that's, so kind of going back to the start page here, I'm going to get rid of that list of students. Just a couple of general notes here. Most everything that you see that is in blue, with some exceptions, of course, most everything you see in PowerSchool that's in blue is a hyperlink. So play around. My thought is, as long as you're not changing any data, there's no harm in clicking around. Your district may have, this is a completely wide open environment, as Kim pointed out at the beginning. Your district may have certain pages turned off from your view, and that's okay. That's a good thing, because not everybody has access to everything, right? In this train environment, though, you do have access to everything. So you will see every page in PowerSchool in this train environment. And so we encourage you throughout the week that you have access, or more, you might have it longer than that, continue to come back here into Train 01 and just kind of look around. And you might be curious about the differences between what you're seeing in your home environment versus over here. And it might be based on your security, and it might be based on a customization that we have turned on here that you don't, or maybe one that you do and isn't turned on over here. So I think this is a good resource to have available to you, this train environment, just to kind of see how we have things set up over here. I did talk a little bit about smart search, but and active students, but we'll leave that for the student searches that we get to in just a little bit. And I think we're ready to turn it over to Sally.
Good morning. Yes, I'll go ahead and share my screen. All right. Good morning, everyone. So we're going to keep talking here about still what's on our start page. And one of the icons on our blue navigation bar is the star. This is where users can favorite certain pages within PowerSchool. We think favorites is a useful, powerful tool for those new to PowerSchool and those who have been in PowerSchool and you go to certain pages most often. So you can think of favorites as creating bookmarks. It's like bookmarking your pages within PowerSchool. So again, as you become familiar with PowerSchool and you notice that there are certain pages that you go to on a regular basis, we would recommend that you bookmark those, you favorite those pages so you can access them quickly. If I click on my star, my favorites icon here, you'll see this slide out up here. These are all of the pages that I have favorited. Again, these could be the pages that I go to most often. When you are first clicking on your favorites icon, yours will be blank. It'll say favorites and nothing will be listed. Again, as you go to pages, we'll show you how to favorite them. And as you start to favorite pages, you'll start to see more and more items listed here. What's nice about the favorites page or the favorites icon here, you'll notice a little pin tab up at the top right-hand corner here. You can click on that pin, and what that does is it pins open your favorites page. So as you navigate to different areas within PowerSchool, if I'm taking a look at some student pages, I'm just going to do some quick moving around here. You'll see this favorites, it stays open on the different pages that I go to. So it's a quick way to have those favorites right at your fingertip. And you can click on those at any time to take you to the pages that you have favorited. You'll notice as I clicked on one of my favorited pages, as I hover over them, I'm able to click on them, but you'll also notice the little square icon with an arrow pointing out. What this does, if I click on this instead of the text link, you'll see it opens a whole new tab. So again, this is beneficial if you need to stay on a certain page, but you want to access information on another tab. You can open your favorite in another tab and toggle between the two. So that's super helpful. If you have a page that you want to favorite, we'll show you how to do that. I'm going to pull up a student page here. Any page that you're on in PowerSchool, you'll notice this grayed out star with a plus icon. This is how you can favorite a page. You click on that star and it opens up how to add the current page to your favorites. When you're adding a page to your favorites, you'll need to add a category. What category do you want it in? Looking at my favorites over here on the left-hand side, you can see my categories are listed and I've added little emojis by them. You can customize these. I'll show you how to here in a minute. But these are all my categories and the pages are listed underneath. So when I click on the star to favorite a page, I click on select to select a category. PowerSchool will always give you the default option. their default option is going to be where the page resides within the left navigation menu. So we're on the left navigation menu of our student pages. We're on academic records. So that is what it's giving me as a default. I can always select that, or I could select one of the other categories. Again, as you add more pages, you'll see more categories in your list. I can add it to any of those different areas. I can also add it to multiple areas. So if you want it, if for your purposes, if you want to favorite a page and have it in 2 different categories, you can certainly do so. You select your category, you add your page, and you will see now I added academic records, our historical course grades page, and I added it to my student pages as well, so I can see it in both areas. When you favorite the page, you see that favorite, that star icon, it is now blue. This lets me know that I have favorited my page. Again, use the favorites as a tool to bookmark those pages that you go to most often. It's a quick way to get to where you're going within PowerSchool, especially as you're learning where the pages are. As you add them to your favorites, you can click on Manage Favorites here at the bottom, and this is where you can customize your favorites list. You're able to move items with a drag and drop functionality, or you can rename them. This is where you can add your emojis if you wanted. You can right click, add your emojis again, just making it how you want it to appear. You can change the names. If I just wanted to put student, again, you can customize it as you need to. You can make all of these changes and click save, and you'll see those favorites updated accordingly. You can also, within your pages, you can move them around. Again, you can duplicate them. You could have the same page in multiple areas. Again, however you want your favorites to appear and work best for you. With the favorites, you'll notice we are in the district office. So with the pages that I have favorited, I am going to see I'm able to click on the pages that are what we call district building level pages. You'll notice this one right here, GPA info for student screens. That is a building level page. That's not accessible at the district level. So when it's grayed out, that's letting you know you need to either switch. Again, we're at the district office, so I need to switch to a building and able to access that page. So if I go to my high school building, I can now see that GPA info for student screens. I can see that page now. I'm able to click on it. Now that we're in the building, I can see these pages, code sets, and GPA calculation methods. Those are grayed out because, again, the same is true. Likewise, if we're in the building, those district level pages aren't going to be accessible until we switch in our building switcher to the appropriate building district. Again, we recommend using favorites as you start to navigate around PowerSchool, start bookmarking those pages you go to most often. It is an easy way to access your pages. Again, you can pin it open for additional ease. If you have it pinned open and you no longer want it to be pinned open, you simply click on the pin again, and you can close it, and it no longer displays the slide out. You're always able to access it with that star icon. Any questions on favoriting pages? I don't see any, so I just have a quick other couple things that I want to point out here on the start page. This quick data widgets over here, these quick data menus, these are, again, widgets that will show additional information if your district has it set up. If your district sets it up to view at-risk students, incident counts, and you may have noticed when I switched to the high school, there's an additional attendance widget. Again, there's some setup that would take place if your district has that set up.
Some districts have it so that you are not able to see. They turn these off so you don't see the information. But again, that's just a quick reference if your district has that set up to view those areas. Attendance taken by the teachers, at-risk students. Your district defines what an at-risk student is, and incident counts. Incidents we don't use in the state of Ohio, so again, your district is probably not using that widget. One other item I wanted to mention was the daily bulletin. You'll notice on your start page, I'm at the high school right now, so I see a high school daily bulletin, and I see an additional bulletin message here that is an admin, a district level message. So if I go back to the district, I can see just that PowerSchool message, not the specific high school one. Daily bulletin is a way to create messages for your admin users, your teacher user groups, and your student user groups. There's some setup for that, and we are going to have additional training later on, what we call power hours, which are brief training sessions that go over topics, one topic in a session. So it's a quick, short session, and that will be coming soon later on down the road. But I did want to mention this is where you can see the daily bulletin. Any questions? Okay, I'll go ahead and stop my share. I think Kim is going to talk to us now about student searches.
Yeah, we're going to start with student searches now. Let me get my screen back up. Okay, so we talked, I know that Stephen actually, kind of started talking about this, just tipped on it just a little bit, but so we are going to search for some students. So right now, we're going to talk about what makes up a search. How do I find my students? Again, I want to reflect back on that documentation where I think it's called search examples. I'm not exactly sure what that's called, but it's the search examples document in the documentation folder. That is a very good reference for you to go back to, and download that or print it out or whatever you like when you start really navigating around your student searches. Okay, so the last name is the most common search for a single student. So if I'm going to start searching for my students, I know what the last name of the student is, so I'm going to just start typing that. And I know that Stephen talked to you a little bit about the smart search. Once you start typing your last name of your student, it will start trying to find those students with the particular letters of the last name. As I'm going through, I know that my student's last name is Astro, and I'm going to search for any of my students with the student Astro, and it's going to give me a list of those students here. Okay, I'm going to go through, and as you can see here, over to the left of the student name, you have grayed out students and you have the blue students. The grayed out students are those inactive students. So when Stephen was explaining to you how to set up your profile and you included the inactive students, this is where that would show here. I did include inactive students on my profile, so it's going to show all the inactive students here. A good reason why you would want that to your inactive students in your results is you might be looking for a student to re-enroll into your district. So if you're that staff member who enrolls students, I would definitely recommend you to include those inactive students. You can see them at a glance here, and you can see that they're inactive or active. Right from this student search, you can you can choose just one student, or you can choose a group of students to work with. So if I just want to click on one student, obviously I just click on the student. But if I want to click on more than one student, if I want to work with a group of students, I can go and click on the plus sign. And this is going to add my students down here to my current student search. So say I really only want to click on these few active students that I have with the same last name. So I'm going to make those students my current student selection just by clicking on that plus sign. These students will remain in your selection until you either log out or you clear your search. So if I log out, these students are going to go away. If I clear my search, clear all, those students are going to go away as well. So right now I have 4 active students that I'm working with, and I can choose one of those to work with. And it's going to take me to the last page that I looked at. So in this case, I'm looking at under courses and programs at their bell schedule. But what I wanted to really note was that up here at the top left, and we'll talk about this carousel in a little bit here, but you will notice that I only have those 4 students active up here in my carousel. If I use this drop down, you're going to see those 4 students that I have active up there. Again, those students are going to remain there unless I modify my selection or if I clear out that student search that we were talking about a little earlier. Okay. So I'm going to go back to my student search. As you can see up here, I can go back here. Using my student search, it shows you the page that you were on before. And I'm going to work with those current students. I'm actually going to clear these out, and I'm going to show you another way to find your students. Say that you only know the first name of your students. You don't necessarily know the last name of your student. You can go up here. Again, you've got your students chosen. You can go to this next selection of searches, and if you go to your drop down, I can search for all these different things. In this case, I want to search for the first name of my students. So I'm going to search for a first name of Olive. Now, notice here, I'm starting to type the first name, but my smart search isn't active when I'm looking for the first name. This is only searching by the exact name, not a smart search. So I'm going to type in the word Olive, and I can either press enter or I can go over here to my magnifying glass and click on it. And now I'm going to have 43 students with the first name of Olive in my selection. So this would be a good time in your train database to go through, and as I'm talking through a couple other things, go through and start searching for last names. Try adding students in your selection. Try searching for some first names. I'm going to go ahead and clear all here, and I'm going to show you some other selections. Under students, again, I'm going to search for gender. So I want to search for just my female students. If I do that, I can choose gender, female, click on my enter or my magnifying glass, and I'm going to get all of my current selection is all of the female students that are in the district. And I know that because I'm in my district office up here. I'm not in a building. I'm in my district office at this time. So of course, there's going to be a few more students selected than if you were in one of your buildings. Okay, you can also do that again by using any of these. Date of birth, grade level is a good one to go over. If I click on grade level here, I have a selection to choose my grade levels. I can choose any of my grade levels because I'm in the district office. If I was in a building level, say I was in the high school, I could only see the grade levels in the high school. So I would only see 9 through 12 or 9 through 15, whatever you have set up in here. If I was in a middle school, again, I might only see, 6, 7, and 8. And then in elementary school, I would only see the primary grades. But I could select 1 or 2 or 4 of these at a time here. So I just want to select my first and second graders. Again, I'm going to click on that magnifying glass, and I have 873 first and second grade level students in my district. You can see the headings under here. This is customizable. You can choose what you show here. but I'm only showing my grade level students here that I've chosen, that I've searched for. I often use, I'm going to clear this out again. I often use these hyperlinks, which Stephen had talked about earlier, to choose my grade level. The only drawback of this is I can only choose one grade level at a time. Up here, if I choose grade level, I can choose several of my grade levels at one time. Okay, so again, I encourage you to play around with that as well, because if you are a secretary in a building, if you're maybe even a counselor in a building, that is a good way to get a bulk group of students that you're looking for within a particular grade level. I'm going to go back to, I'm going to pick my 10th grade students, and I'm going to go down here. I'm going to slide down here a little bit to the bottom, and you can see that it only shows, a few of my students here. I can look at a glance. I can expand my version, and I can look at more students just by using my scroll and expanding my vision to just those particular students. It takes up a lot of space when you do that. You're doing a lot of scrolling. So a lot of times, we just keep it on the condensed version. Okay. So any questions on searching by student name, by first name, any of the choices here, your last name, first name. You can also, choose by student number. That is also another good one to show. If you know exactly what your student number is, you can type it in here. And you can click on your magnifying glass and it's going to bring up that student. But that's a few more steps than I really need to take when looking for a student number. When looking for a student number, once on your start page, you can start typing your student number. Oops, 6602. And it's going to give you that student number. Again, you saw, though, that I had to type the whole number of the student for that student to appear up here. And then I can just either choose that student by clicking on the plus sign, or I can choose the student by clicking on the magnifying glass, and it would bring it to the current student selection. This student number is not a smart search. Okay, just to reference really quickly, one more thing is that, a lot of our our district EMIS coordinators, or maybe our district level people, might want that state student number. You can also choose that and search by a state student number, or anything within that state field. Okay. You can also view different fields that you want to search by. We do have the view field list that you can click on. It's another one of these hyperlinks up here under your grade levels. And if you click on view field list, you can search for a field by using a filter here and search for particular fields that you're looking for. These, you don't have to memorize these fields. These are always spelled out for you. And then using that filter is necessary when you're searching. I mean, you can see here that there could be thousands and thousands and thousands of fields here that PowerSchool is using. So say, and this is where you can do also some maneuvering around the train database. I'm just going to throw out an example of, I'm trying to search for my students who are playing football, my varsity students who are playing football. I can type in the word football, and I can see that under my activities over here in my student field names, I have activities, sports, boys, football, varsity. I have all these different ones. So if I'm looking up my activities, I want to find those boys that are in an activity called football. I would use that view field list up here, And then I would use what is called a comparator to find those boys that are in football. A couple things with comparators. If you want a list of those comparators, I believe we do have that out in our documentation as well. But a good way to find them is once you're on this student search, you can go over here to your question mark on the bar, and it gives you some information about searching and about finding that view field list. But it also, if you scroll down, it gives you the comparator tools that you can use to search for students. So it's telling you the comparator, giving you the meaning, and kind of giving you a small description of maybe how you would use that comparator in your search. Okay, excuse me. So in this case, I'm going to use the comparator does not equal, because I want to find all my students who actually have something that's entered into their activities. So there's and we'll go through this, but there's ways that you can link an activity to your student. And I want to go find those who are not blank. So I'm finding anybody who has that football activity linked in their student search. So I'm going to go back. Again, I want to tell you too, when you click on that question mark and you're opening your search, your comparators and your search basics, it does open in another tab. So you can just toggle back to your start page, but you can go back to this too if you're looking for different comparators to use. So you can toggle back and forth. It's an easy way to go back and forth when you're using those comparators. So in this case, I'm going to use that hashtag $, whatever you, or number sign, whatever you call it these days. And I'm going to use the activities boys football varsity that does not contain a blank. I want to know what students have in activities on their student pages. I don't want the blank ones. I want the ones that have the activity listed with their student page. So I'm going to click on my magnifying glass, and I get that 115 students are playing varsity football within our district. Okay. Now I'm going to add on to this search. So you can see my current selection right now is only activities, boys football varsity. These are the boys that are playing varsity football. But I want to specifically add that I want a males only. So I want to use another comparator, and I'm going to do my gender only comparator for the kids, the students that are playing varsity football. So I can go up here and I can choose my students. I can choose gender and I can choose male, or I can go back to my students. Oops. And I can choose all, and I can go to my field list. I can do gender. Click on gender. Equals M for male, and I can add that to my list of students down here. So now I get only my students who are playing varsity football and my students that are only males. I can continue to add on to this search if I want to. I can use grade level. So I can go up here and I can say, I want grade level only freshmen. Okay. Or I can go back. I can go back to my field list. Excuse me. And I could choose grade level and say I want everyone except for my freshmen. I can do anybody that is greater than 9. Okay, so now if you look through your grade level, you're not going to get any freshmen, any 9th graders that are showing in my search. So now I have searched boys football varsity, or I have boys football varsity, gender male, grade level greater than 9. And you can keep going and keep going and keep going, depending on what you're searching for. So again, take a minute, go through, try to do some of those compound searches. And, and I would just go through, try to use your field list, also try to use your navigation from above to do that as well. And you can also click out of that. So now if I wanted to go back on my current selection of students, if I wanted to go back and include those 9th grade students in there, I would just click off of the search, the filter that I had on for just greater than 9. And then if I just wanted to click off of the gender, I could do so. So if I'm back to my original search, I can click off on the extra searches that I had put in there and get back to what I originally searched for. That will take some, that'll take some playing around in the system for you to get used to the search that you are wanting to use and how you search for students, because there are a couple different ways to do so. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and clear all for that search. I'm going to show you one more comparator, which I think is really important. The comparator that I'm going to use this time is the @ symbol. So again, if I go back to my comparators and I look down my list of comparators, my @ symbol is called the wildcard. This is used, and it tells you how you can use this comparator in your searches. Okay, you can use it at the beginning of looking for a name. You can use it at the end. You can use it in the middle of looking for a name for a student. But oftentimes it's to find students that maybe you're not exactly sure what the first name is. You know kind of what it is. You just want to try. You want to try to remember, or the last name. A lot of times it's more of the last name that you're searching for. So in this particular one, I'm going to search for students, and I'm going to search for last name. And I'm going to look for a student that maybe I know ends with the letters TER. I know it ends with TER, but I can't remember what the first name is, or what the first part of the last name is. I'm going to use that wildcard, that @ symbol, and I'm going to type in TER. And this gives me all of the students with my last name, TER. Okay. Now, if I were not to search for last name and I just put wildcard TER in here and I did my search, you can see that it brings up more than just the last name of TER. It's also giving me anything with TER in the middle name, TER in the first name, and TER throughout the name anywhere. So if I'm searching particularly for that last name, I need to drop down and choose my last name and type the wildcard TER. The comparators are found when you click the question mark here after the search line to the right of the search. If you click that, that's where it brings up that extra tab. And if you scroll down, you'll find those comparators listed there. You're welcome. You can also use that wildcard for first names. So if I'm looking for a first name that maybe I know starts with CH, but I can't remember the rest of the name, I can use that wildcard search. And it gives me any first name that starts with CH. Okay. So again, that's just another one that I think is important, because when you're doing those student searches, sometimes you just need that extra little help to find out what the last name or the first name is of the student that you're looking for. Okay, I talked a little bit about compound searches when we were searching for all of the different searches through the view field list. We're going to go back and we're going to do another one. And I'm going to show you a little bit of a different way to look for those. If you're using, actually, I'm going to skip right on to the asterisk because I think that's an important search. So we're going to go back to our view field list. And when you type in an asterisk here, you're going to get all of these student searches that are little more than just a field value. So you are going to get, you can use an as of date, you can use a birthday. A lot of elementaries maybe use a birthday where they'll filter from maybe birthdays that are only in June, or, you know, birthdays are during the summer so that they can celebrate birthdays during the school year. A lot of the scheduling team may use the currently enrolled in, what students are currently enrolled in, what they're not enrolled in a period. Those are often used, you know, when you're looking up student schedules. We can do a quick search with, let's just do a quick birthday search for our students. So I can use birthday, and I can use that comparator, the greater than symbol. And I'm just going to use just the June birthdays. Now I'm going to get every student in my district that has a June birthday. I'll get them here. If I click enter or my magnifying glass, I'm going to get them as my selection down here, and I can work with them down here. Say I want to look for birthdays that are only in June. I could use my view field list, go back to the asterisks. Oops, not two, just one. And then search for that birthday. And I'm going to use my greater than 6-1 again. And then I'm going to use that compound search, but in this case, I'm going to use a semicolon, and I'm going to continue my search with the birthday. I'm going to go back to my view field list. So I'm saying I'm using my birthday, starting with anything greater than 6-1. I'm going to go back to my birthday, use that compound search, and now I want anyone less than 630. So these, I'm choosing my students that only have a birthday after 6-1 or before 630. And I have 461 students that have a June birthday only. Doesn't matter what day, anytime between 6-1 and 630. Okay. Another important search that I think you know, we do use a lot, and I know we use this as a meta team a lot, is the /. When you use the /, it searches for inactive students. So if I want a specific student with the last name Acoustic, I'm going to get these inactive students with the last name Acoustic. And by the way, these names are cracking me up, you guys. These are some really funky names here in this trained database. But that's really important. It's an easy way to find your inactive students. A lot of times when you're searching for students, you know, you'll be searching for, say, a very common name, maybe Smith. And you are like, I know there was a Smith here that had been here years ago. They're trying to re-enroll. And I know there was a Kim Smith here years ago, and I can't find that student when I'm looking up just Smith in our active students. That's where that / would come into play. And then I would look up Smith. Of course, in our crazy names here in the database, it's not going to have a Smith, but that would be one of those names that would be real common. Another thing when you're searching for your students is remote enrollments. So a lot of times when you are in maybe a middle school and you have a student that is enrolled in your middle school, but is maybe taking a high school course, those students, to find those students, you would need to search, say I want to search all 9th grade students, and I want to search the student that is in that is remote. So I'm going to go ahead and search, let's search the Astro. Okay. And I don't know why my remote students is not showing up here. I need to start over. So there's usually a show. I am in a district. See,
yeah,
I do that every time. Darn it, Sally got me.
Good catch, Sally.
I just realized it as soon as I looked up there. I was like, wait a minute, I'm not in my district. So again, so this is a good point. A lot of times, and we do this quite often when troubleshooting too, is we'll be like, I can't find something, or why can't I find that search? Why am I not seeing something? A lot of times, and Sally pointed out earlier when talking about favorites, you need to be in the building to see certain things, and you need to be in the district to see certain things. And when you get back to your district, you're going to realize that you don't have all the capabilities that you have here on this train database. But that is a good point. So I'm actually kind of glad that happened. So I need to be in a high school, and that's where I can see these include remote enrollments. So again, when I'm looking for particular students and I'm not seeing them come up, say I'm in my high school or I'm in my middle school, and I'm not seeing the student that I need to see to maybe change a course or, put some different attendance, some meeting attendance or something for, I can search for those students. And once I include remote enrollments and search for the student, it's going to include those students that are remotely enrolled either to another building. Now, with that being said, that's going to stay on until you unclick that. So if you don't want to include your remote enrollments, so in your searches, you don't want that huge long line list of students, make sure you unclick that include remote enrollments. Okay, so I'm sure there's lots and lots of questions regarding student searches. Again, this is basic student searches in this particular training. But, go in. I encourage you to go in, play around with them. I'm going to turn it over to Stephen. He's going to talk to you about some stored searches, which are very, very helpful when searching for students. That way you can keep that group of students. And then I think we'll be moving on to some other student searches after that. So I'll turn it over to Stephen.
All right, I'm sharing my screen now, and just a couple of things. So we had a question in the chat, can you search for missing SSID numbers? And using the tips that Kim just gave us, I would say the best way to find that is to do a search for a state student ID. And so I'm going to click on field list, and I'm going to search my fields for the word state. And some of these, admittedly, and Kim may have said this too, some of these fields are kind of hard to find if you don't know the exact name or what you're looking for. So I might have thought, state student number, SSID maybe, but it is state_student number. So in the filter, maybe kind of like the PowerSchool search sometimes, the less you give it, maybe the better off you are to find what you're looking for. Just start typing something until you get familiar with them and go looking down here for them. So I'm going to click on state student number, and again, using what Kim gave us. So we'll do an equals, and notice that I'm leaving it blank, so it doesn't equal anything. And click search, and I'm in the district office with probably 1,600 kids. It does look to me, if I'm doing this correctly, then there's 132 kids in my district without a state student number. So it does list their student number here. This is, by the way, if we haven't mentioned this yet, this is also set up by your district leader on what they want to display here. within the student search. And we don't have state student number set up here, but we do have student number and school building and even disability status and grade level, of course. This one is a default. So just wanted to point that out. So state student number equals blank should get you what you're looking for there. I also popped a couple of, I haven't submitted it yet, but I popped a couple of searches in the chat while Kim was talking. I was thinking, oh, these might be helpful for beginning of year type of things. So I'm just gonna drop them in there now and just give probably a less than 1 minute overview on what that is. And I'm sorry how that's coming through, but copy and paste will be your friend if you want to try those out. So for eligibility purposes, you might use the asterisk search that Kim mentioned. The number of classes is less than 5. Notice that between the field name and the comparator and the value, there is, just like when Kim was searching, there's no spaces there. So number of classes that a student has on their schedule is less than 5. That might be helpful. Now, that won't give you the complete picture, of course, because sometimes you have a kid in a holding course, like he goes to the Career Center, or she's in the Alternative Learning Center, or, you know, maybe you don't quite have their CCP classes reflected on their schedule yet. You should eventually, but maybe you don't quite yet. So that might be a good starting point for athletic eligibility. In terms of just starting off the year, number of classes is less than 1. For looking for your students that don't have a schedule at all. They're not scheduled into anything. And then not enrolled in period equals 1 is going to get you any student who has nothing scheduled on their schedule in period 1. And you could use that for any period number. I just picked that one to begin. So those may be some good starting points for you if you were looking for students who are not scheduled completely, maybe some unique outliers before school starts to get everybody scheduled the way you want. And I gave another example that you can read through there, just something for you know, to get a little bit more specific with those kind of searches, because you can add on, as Kim showed you, to searches. So you can do you know, you can add on to you can do more than one search on top of each other. So yeah, what I wanted to show you now, and I will get rid of my search here, is the multi-select tool. So the multi-select tool is pretty neat. If you haven't noticed this yet, it is a customization that you would all have in your environments. And I'm going to click on multi-select and talk through that just a little bit this morning, pretty quickly. The most common way to use multi-select is going to be student number. That's what we recommend. Now, if you do work with state data, if you do work with state student numbers, you could use that too. But basically, using a number in multi-select is the best way to go, the most effective use of multi-select. What I've done is, before the training began this morning, I pulled a list of students out of PowerSchool, out of this environment. So you can see those crazy names we've been referring to out of PowerSchool, all fake student data. None of this is real. And if someone gave me this in a digital format, so somebody emailed me, shared this file, whatever it is, what I could do is I could grab these student numbers. So I'm just selecting the whole column. I'm going to hit copy. And let's say I need to work with this group of kids and somebody shared this document with me. So what I could do is I could paste those in. I could search, and it's going to populate hopefully all of those students for me. So let's double check our work here. 20 students were selected, and yep, I had 20 names because the first row is are the column headers. So there are 20 names on here. And I wanted to point that out because one thing multi-select will not do for you is tell you which students it didn't find. Now, if I'm using a list of student numbers of currently active students in the building, I will not have a problem pulling them up. Same with the state student number. However, if I wanted to use names, I could do that. So I could do multi-select, I could pull down to last name, first name, and I could plug that in. Now, if the list that that whomever provided you, you know, gave you nicknames, so, you know, maybe this person was actually Allie, and this person is Sunny, and this person goes by Valley, and then we have Emmy up here, just for some examples. So I changed 4 of the names, and again, at this moment, we're pretending that a colleague in your school gave you a list of names on a spreadsheet, but that colleague knows these kids this way, and so therefore that's how they've noted them on their spreadsheet. Now if I click search, I bet it's going to pull most of those names, but it did miss a few. Problem is I don't know which kids it did miss, but I'm betting it was those 3 or 4 kids whom I changed the name for to a nickname. So another way, just a third way to use this that I want to show you is there is a fuzzy, and it may or may not pick those names up that way. So we can try this again. We'll see if we get any better. But again, just keep in mind, it's not going to tell you which it didn't pick up, unfortunately. PowerSchool is really good at showing you what is there, what it can find, not what is not there, what it can't find. So let's see if we get any results here. Okay, same result. So it didn't pick up. Oh, it did pick up Valley and Allie. So it did pick up a couple of those, but maybe not some others. So yeah, so use at your own risk. But again, the very best way to use this is the student number. And throughout and very soon this morning, I'm going to be showing you how to pull a list, a report just like that out of PowerSchool like this. This is, I used a function right in PowerSchool to grab this group of students this morning. And we'll show you how to do that. So if you're exchanging data outside of the SIS with a colleague, there are ways to get that data, or you just need it internally for yourself. There's great ways to pull a nice pretty list like this, as we call it, with whatever fields we would like at the top. So pull that over here now, X out of there. And I believe Sally is up next with staff and contact searches.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and share my screen again. Yes, so, okay, so we've looked at student searches. We've done some examples on how you can find those students that you're looking for that you need to work with within PowerSchool. So now we're going to look at the staff and contact searches. So first, again, we're in the high school. We see on our start page, we have students here selected. On this drop down, you'll see this is where we can switch to view and search for staff records and contact records. So let's click on staff first. You'll see your start page has changed. It's updated a little bit. It has updated our search options here according to which user group we have selected. So we have our staff users selected. So now we can see we still have the ability to search by letters, their last name. So if we click on any of those, you'll see those will yield the results of all of our staff that have C. Their last name begins with C. So we see those options still here. But below that, you'll see now where you have the option to search just your teachers, those staff that are assigned as teacher users, those staff that are not teachers, those are what we call your admin staff. This is the admin portal. So they have admin staff. And then you can see lunch staff, substitutes, and then again, our gender options listed here. So again, when we click on any of those options, we'll see our yielded results update accordingly. So here we have our 148 teachers within our high school. We can clear that if we're looking at our staff. We have 76 staff users. So again, our search options, similar to how they work with students, but the options are updated to reflect that of a staff member. Again, the view field list, if you have a specific item that you're looking for, sorry, I don't know what this, there we go, that little Microsoft pop-up. Okay, so your field list. So again, searching, you can search if you're looking for a specific value in a field. You'll see when you click on the view field list, these options now reflect, again, those staff fields. So we don't see student number, but we would see teacher number or staff number. So again, these fields, view field list is going to show according to which user group you have selected here. Again, your searches, those comparators, all of those things are very similar. They are similar to how you would search for staff or contacts. So again, we're looking at staff. We could search by last name. You would see, we're under different names here, but you can see that you can search, again, your last name, first name, teacher number. All of those items would be similar that you would search within the staff user group. The other user group is contacts. So contacts within PowerSchool, a contact is a single record. It's an adult that is associated to a student or multiple students in your district. So one contact record, it could be associated to multiple students with differing relationships. So for example, in my child's district, I may be a mom to my son, I may be an aunt to my niece and my nephew, and I may be a neighbor to our neighbor student next door. I could have all 4 of those students associated to me as a contact record, and it would list me as a mother on 1, an aunt on 2, and then a neighbor on the 3rd. So again, it's a single record, but you can have multiple students attached to that record. Again, you see when you select the contacts, you see that your options here, they update according to that contact user group. So again, we can search by the first letter of the last name. You'll notice when we switch to contacts, this is different than when you're searching students and staff. It automatically updates to search, it defaults to search by last name. So again, when you're on students, oh, did somebody have a question?
I do, sorry. Now,
yeah.
Are those contacts automatically in there once like they fill out their paperwork, or is that something you manually add?
Combination.
Sorry, it's like a
go ahead. No, keep going.
If I wanted to add like a teachers to my contacts, could I add that from the staff page? Is there a way to save them to contacts?
That's a great question. So that is that's a different situation where the teacher would have, or the staff member would have their staff record that would have all of their staff information, their demographics, their accesses, which buildings they are associated with. They would have that record. They would also have a contact record. So in that situation, you would have 2 different records. You would have, if it were me, if you would have a Sally staff record with my accesses, again, which building I'm at, my username, all of that information. And then I would be able to be found in contacts as well as a contact for associated students. Does that answer the question?
Do we manually put those contacts in ourselves, or are some of them pre-populated?
So yeah, within your districts, some of them, your contacts would already be within your district, but it actually could happen multiple ways. So within PowerSchool, yes, you have the ability to manually enter a contact, or if your district uses what we call a third-party registration or enrollment system, those, we call them third parties because they are other entities, other companies that they connect with PowerSchool and they sync the data. For example, Final Forms. Final Forms is a third party where new students their families may fill out the information for the new student, and that syncs with PowerSchool, and that contact record would be created when that syncs. Sometimes your back to school forms, people filling out back to school forms, again, those contact records would already be in PowerSchool. And so as those families are filling out information, your district would have set up what information gets updated and synced. But new contact records can be created either manually by a user within the district, or they can be created by any of those third-party programs that your district has set up. a good question. Does that answer about how contacts are entered?
It did. That's what I was kind of thinking, but I wasn't sure. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. That's a great question. Yeah. So, and that, you know, and to add another, not to get too deep into the weeds with this portion of it, but your contacts, your parents and guardians, they also have the ability to create access accounts. That is where they are able to log in. We are in the admin portal, but the parents and guardians have a parent portal where they can log in to view, again, what the district sets up, that they can see grades, attendance, so on and so forth. And when a parent or guardian creates that data access account, that will also create a contact record. So again, within PowerSchool, there's kind of multiple ways that contact records are created. So good question. But yes, again, so you'll notice, you know, on your students, you know, we have the drop down option. We can search by these common fields. We've seen that option as well with our staff, that we can select those. But when we switch to contacts, it automatically defaults to last name. So when you're searching with contacts, just know that it automatically updates to last name. So as I type in, I can type in my last name. I agree with Kim. These are sometimes hilarious names that are in our test environment that just kind of make us chuckle. But you can type in a last name, and you'll notice as I typed in the name and I pressed enter, or I could have clicked the magnifying glass. As I do that, it yields all of my contact records with that last name. And you'll notice your search bar now updates again to further refine your contact searches, that now you can search by first name. So if I type in the first name at this point, and I can type in Sienna as my first name, and I again click enter or my magnifying, you can see my search options here building what I'm searching for. And I now have the specific contact record that I'm looking for. On this start page, when you're searching your contact records, you can see your results here, which is some detailed information, just an overview of what this contact, they have, again, that access account to the parent portal, their address, phone number, email addresses, and then you can also see their associated students. So again, a contact may have multiple students that they are associated with. Here's a good example, and it may be with differing relationships for those students. So again, lots of ways you can search with your contacts. You can also search by status within your contact records. Active, inactive, very similar to the students. Contact is inactive when they are made inactive, or their students, that all of the students they're associated to are inactive. You can also search by access. So again, that parent portal access, you can see who has an account, who maybe hasn't created an account yet. And again, who has active access or inactive access. So some options here when searching for your contacts. Any questions with searching staff or contacts? Okay, we'll keep going. Stephen, Kim, do we want to keep going into the left navigation menu? I apologize, I'm not certain. I don't know the time that we're breaking.
Yeah, we're going to break at noon for lunch. So I say we power through till lunch, and then we'll start, basically we'll start, get a good way through that left nav menu.
Yes.
And then after lunch at 12:30 when we come back, I'm thinking we finish up the left nav menu, move on to the students menu. Does that sound good?
That sounds great. Yes,
All right.
That sounds perfect. That gives us some more time. Yep, good. All right, so let's take a look at what we're calling the left nav menu, this left navigation menu. We're going to take a look at each of these. You'll notice whether you're, if you're logged into our test training environment here, you're going to see a lot of things. We are not going to go over each one of these. We're just going to give you an overview of what you can see and how you access different information. You'll also notice, again, there's multiple ways to get somewhere in PowerSchool. Those group action options, those are built into our left navigation menu as well. So we're just going to go ahead and talk about those. I am at the high school right now, but I'm going to switch to the district office because I just want to point something out. Again, when you're switching back and forth between district office, and the building, you'll notice, again, those options within your left navigation menu, they are going to update accordingly. You'll notice we're in the district office. Our left navigation menu is going to give us all of the applicable district office pages. We have district management. And when we click on any of these left navigation menus, we have what we call flyout menus with categories and then subcategories listed that you can click on and see, again, district applicable pages. So we have district management listed here within our people. We have some administration things, a few things for fees. But when you notice that you switch to a building, so I'll go back to our high school, you're going to see your left navigation update accordingly. So we're going to see school management now instead of district management. And then when we open up our flyout menus, we're now going to see, again, school level, building level pages. Fees, for example, you'll see a lot more options listed here. So again, within PowerSchool, depending on whether you are in the district or the building, your left navigation is going to show you options that you're able to go to within the building or district. So we're going to start with our people left navigation category. So people is just exactly what it says. It's those user groups that we just talked about searching. It's the students, staff, and contacts. And as you click on, we're on contacts, we see we have searching for contacts, management, what we can do with those contacts. If we look at staff, again, searching for staff, staff management, options for what we're doing with staff, and some reports. Usually staff and contacts, especially with these management and report things, those would be probably things that maybe your district leader or your admin deal with. New users, you would probably be within the students section here of people. You can see with searches with students, you have a few different options, not just search for students, but you have some ability to search by various parameters. If you wanted to search by attendance and grades, you could do so if they have, looking for students with certain grades or attendance information. Searching by GPA, phone number, perfect attendance, attachments. Attachments is some districts have the ability, they're using PowerSchool attachments. They add documents, they upload those to student records, so you could search for them that way. This is, again, your basic search for students. Log entries. Log entries is what Ohio uses for state reporting of discipline, behavior information. So if that is recorded within PowerSchool, you can search for that accordingly. And then equity and learning preferences search. So again, lots of search options here. Your student account management. These are various ways. There are various ways to manage a student account. And some of those listed here, you can assign IDs and passwords, new student numbers, change student field value, and mass create family links. I will say that the items listed here, again, I would not think would be a new user task that you would do, but those account management items are listed here, particularly like assign new student numbers. That's not one that you would do, that student numbers are assigned and somebody within the district would probably be accounting for those. Our next column here, student administration. This is any items that you're doing with your group of students that you have selected. You can build email lists. So if you need to build an email list, you can do so. Copy all of the emails, and then within your email provider, then send an email message as needed. All incidents. Ohio districts are not using incidents, but that is something that can be set up here at the student administration level. Fitness test results, mass assigned counselor, mass assigned inventory. So again, these are ways to set up how, again, if you have a group of students and you want to assign them, maybe at the high school, you have all of your students whose last name is A through C, and you have those selected and you want to assign them to the appropriate counselor that's designated within your building, you can do that within mass. That's an option. Inventory, if your district is collecting inventory within PowerSchool, like Chromebooks, if they've assigned Chromebook numbers and they're keeping inventory of those within PowerSchool, again, you can assign inventory in mass. Again, just some administrative items here is printing mailing letters. If you're setting up a mail merge and you need to create mailing labels for your selected students. These last two, these are customizations, student info settings and student line. We'll talk about those a little bit when we get to the student pages, but this is where you would set those up. Student fees, again, self-explanatory, all things related to student fees. Not many of our districts use PowerSchool fees. PowerSchool fees are not very, they're not user-friendly. They're not the greatest, but if your district is using PowerSchool fees, this is where you would see all of the links to the pages to work with fees. You'll notice as I hover over all of these subcategories, these are links to these pages. So as I click on an item, that's what takes me to that page. While I'm on this page, I can still see my left navigation menu here. And when I click on it, I see highlighted in blue where I currently am. I'm currently on the fee management page. So you can see my people is highlighted in blue. And if I click on it, I can see my category of students and then my subcategory fee management. So this is nice to have this blue highlight. If any of you were in either, a PowerSchool years ago where they had not the enhanced menu interface, there's what we call a breadcrumb trail. They don't have that breadcrumb trail letting you know where you're at. It's not listed here. This blue highlight is now your breadcrumb trail. So that's the way to always kind of know where you're at within PowerSchool. And lastly, our last column here are student reports. So if you're needing to run student reports for various purposes for your tasks within PowerSchool, you're able to select on any of these student reports listed here. I will say a couple of these, like our custom student list, quick student export, those are our frequently used reports. As you're looking for specific items within PowerSchool, you need certain data on a group of students. Those are quick and handy to use. We will be having, again, some of those Power Hour sessions where we'll dive a little bit deeper into those areas, how you do a quick student custom student list and a quick student export. Again, you can click on each of these different areas to view the different options available within your user group for your staff. Again, some common reports that you might use, and then contacts as well. It will update accordingly.
All right, we're back on my screen now. And as you may notice, I still have my 20 students from that multi-select earlier. I kept those students in my selection, but again, I can always use the multi-select to bring them right back if I want. I did want to point out one more thing that we are going to be having, as we mentioned at the beginning of the training, we're going to have this series of Power Hours this year and moving forward with shorter form trainings on certain subject areas. And one of those Power Hours coming up is going to be a stored searches and stored selections training. That can be useful to have a certain set of students that you're working with more frequently. So that's really basically what I want to say about that today, and just look forward to that training coming up and and we'll incorporate some other search tips or gathering students in your selection type tips in that Power Hour coming up. So look forward to that stored searches and stored selections training. But that is another way I could save this group of kids is in the stored selections. So just a sneak preview of that. As Sully pointed out, a lot of the menu items she looked at in the people menu under students is also found in the group, what we call the group actions menu. So that can be a little confusing for users because most, if not all of these things are also found within this menu here. It's just another way to get to a lot of the same functions using a group of students. But I did want to point out, if I didn't have a group of students selected, I would not be able to use those group actions, because in order to do group actions with a group of students, I have to have a group of students. Additionally, if I was on one of these functions that Sally touched on earlier over here, such as search by attendance or grades, I would have to have a group of students in my selection. It's going to force me to pick a kid or a group of kids. So really, I could have just said, all right, pick the 9th graders. All right, pick Astro here, or I spelled his name wrong, didn't I? You know, that sort of thing. So pick one of these kids, pick this group of kids. So again, in order to use these functions, you have to have this group of kids or a group of kids into your selection. So let's get those kids in my selection. And what I want to tell you right now that I mentioned earlier on today is that just a couple of these things. There's a great way to export a list, and Sally touched on this here, but I just wanted to show you how this works. I could go into custom student list and export student data. So in my opinion, if I need to export some information on several kids, 2 or more, then I would want to go to custom student list. And it gives me the option, a lot of options here, but the primary thing is I'm telling it which fields to pull out of PowerSchool and basically to make me a spreadsheet. And what I like about this custom student list, what a lot of people tend to like about this, is that you can also give it a column title. There is a quick export function that Sally also touched on that will do something very similar for you, pull data on students by field. But that one doesn't allow you to give a column title. It just uses the field name as the column title. So I did want to show you a little bit about how this works. So I've already pre-populated these fields. It does save your last report fields and column titles that you gave it, and that's going to be in there until you run another one. But the way that you would add a field is right here. I'd click on field, and it'll look just like on the start page. So I could add whatever I want here. Let's say gender, and then I can call it the same thing over here. So I want to add a gender. I've added a grade level, student number, last first. We have not talked about data access tags. If you are interested in learning about how to pull other types of information that isn't just simply a field value on a student, then I heavily recommend that you come to our Power Hour on data access tags to learn more about that. That's coming up in the future. So that'll be a good one if you're looking for different types of student data around PowerSchool and you want to pull them onto reports. So we haven't even gone into that here, but I could pull fields. I could pull contact data access tags such as a parent, last name, first name, phone number, how they're related to the student, that sort of thing, in addition to fields. So I can also give this report a name. Maybe they're my advisory group in my building, and then I would submit. And this is why we call it the pretty list. It gives you a nice pretty list of those column titles, those column headers, and all the information I'm looking for. I can export it as a PDF if I would like. Looks really nice. I can also export it as a CSV if I prefer. And by the way, my browser is set up to save files this way. Yours might look a little bit differently the way it comes through. But when I pull that, just like the list I showed you earlier, because that's what I used, I now have my nice list of all the students in my advisory group with all the information I asked it to pull. So that was the report I just ran here and exported as a CSV. And there's a couple other options, but those are the ones that I use most commonly that I really think are helpful to do. So just wanted to point that one out. And then let's get back here. PowerSchool doesn't like the back button, by the way, and I still forget that many years into this. But as I pointed out, this group actions menu is gonna encompass a lot of what we saw here. So we're not really going to touch on this group actions menu today. There's several other functions that you might use. The search by attendance and grades and GPA that Sally touched on are also great ones that I find I used a lot in the building. But the other one I wanted to touch on that I promised you I would is print a student report. And I just wanted to point out that these are object reports that have been created by somebody in your district or somebody at Meta, or default, let's say default templates from PowerSchool as well. And we don't tend to use these report cards or interim reports anymore now that our customers all use the advanced customized Meta report card. So I'm not aware of any districts that we serve that are using these anymore. But one thing that you might use this for is a student schedule. So this is a good way to print student schedules. Some of you may be familiar with this functionality, some maybe not, but that's the example I'm going to give you today. So if I wanted to print a report for student schedules for the kids in my selection, notice that I had to have a list of students. So I have 20 kids, my 20 kids in advisory, and I want to print their student schedules for them. I have a lot of options here. I'm not going to go through all of them, but I am going to print all records. I could make them alphabetical, or the way we used to do it when I was in a building. Sometimes we would say, all right, well, we're going to pass them all out, the second semester schedules all out in period 2. So we're actually going to sort them by the period 2 class so that we can put them in teacher mailboxes and they can distribute them before the end of the day on that day. But just some different options here. You could go by grade level as well. You can pick whether you want all active courses or any enrollments as of a certain date. And then you have some other options as well, such as watermark text, which probably wouldn't be used on a student schedule too much unless you wanted to say something like copy or unofficial, or custom, let's say. Maybe you're just giving them an idea here. You can pick overlay or watermark. You could set the print job to as soon as possible, or you can give it a date and time. The reason you might use things like this is that if you share a copier from your office with other users, other colleagues, including your teachers who are coming in and out of the office to get things off of the copier and having to quickly return to class, we know how busy they are, right? So if you're running schedules for all 1,200 students in your building, you might want to wait until after school. You might want to wait till the weekend. You might want to specify your date or time so you're not tying up that copy machine. So if I leave it set to ASAP and I have 1,200 schedules on the queue, that report itself will take a little while to run. But once you print that, you might not want to, you might not want to tie up the copier. So that's why you might want to run it later on. So with all these things in mind, the only other thing I want to mention is if it was an attendance type of letter, you might want to include the House Bill 410 attendance if you use the attendance type letters out of here. And tying back to the beginning of this training, this page right here is why I have a print queue right now, a report queue up in the top right corner. So if you're following along today, and if you run one of these schedule reports or any other letters, and once you hit submit, you will then have a queue up top that you can access pretty quick. So you don't have to go through the menu to get to the print report screen again to access these. So I have mine set up with only the 20 schedules. And you can see it is running. It would take a whole lot longer if it was, let's say 1,200 students, but it already completed. I click view, and now I have, let's see. Now I have my report of my tentative schedule for all of my students, or whatever I want to call it. And this is also customizable by your district leader. They can choose which fields populate onto this report and which do not. Some of us don't, some of our schools don't include locker information. Some don't bother including the student number if they don't feel they need to, that sort of thing. All of this is customizable in what displays here. in kind of how it displays as well. So I did want to point that out, just didn't want to skip over that because I had said this morning that I would. So, but thanks, Kim and Sally. Just wanted to hit that point real quickly. Hopefully I was quick.
Yeah, that was perfect. As we move on down, there is an attendance icon. And when you click on that, it gives you lots of different things. We're not going to go through these. I'm just going to touch base on a couple things. But if I was an attendance person in the building, this is a menu that I would visit every single day. That's why we do encourage you to take our attendance trainings. I'm not exactly sure when that is, but attendance trainings, any power hour on training, on attendance, any power hours that we have on HB 410 coming up in the future, anything like that, I would definitely, if I was working with attendance, I would definitely make sure that I'm attending those particular trainings. But today I'm just going to touch base really quickly just to kind of show you what's in here. We're going to look at daily attendance because that's what most people do use. This allows me to take attendance on students or show who has taken attendance on them and so on. I'm actually going to back up. I'm in the Meta High School, but I'm actually going to back up to last year because it will have attendance in there for last year. And I'm going to go to a date that I know that attendance would have been taken. I'm just going to go to May 1st. And you can see here, it gives your student counts. So on this particular day, 163 students were absent. The default present was also listed up here. These tiles can be set up, according to what you want to show there. You can do some basic filters if you're looking for a particular type of absence. You can do that there. But most importantly, here's your students that it shows that were absent that day, what grade they were in, what their phone number is. So if you need to make a quick reference home, you can, you have that quick glance of the home phone number, what homeroom the student was in, and what attendance codes were used. You can click on the student. I'm just going to click on the second student here. And it's going to bring up their full attendance overview. So it's going to show you every day that they, had an attendance marked, every day that school was in session, everything that they had marked for the particular days that they were absent. So again, that's just your daily attendance. If you were looking at, go back to this, we're going to go out of that student again. We're going to go back to attendance, and we're going to go to meeting attendance. And meeting attendance is really just period attendance. Who has taken attendance on them today on exactly what period? So this would be like your teacher meeting attendance that they would be using. And I'm going to go back to that May 1st date of last year. And it's going to show meeting attendance. So it's going to show your periods. It's going to show those same students. You can edit this from here. Again, that home phone shows up. And then if you click on that, it's going to show the code that was used and any notes that were put in regarding that code. So, if you're using meeting attendance, that's a good way to look at the meeting attendance. Another important thing that I find in the attendance icon over here is the present students dashboard. This is important that it shows what students are here right now in this moment. So it's good for emergencies or lockdown drills, any incident that happens in the school building, but you can select your date. As it's reading right now, I'm selecting 8/5, which is today, and at the time that I'm selecting it. So in an emergency, if you go straight to this present student dashboard, it's going to give you everything you need for this date. Because we aren't in school today, I'm going to go back to that May 1st date just to show you what it would look like. And so May 1st at 11:42, I have these students. I'm showing these students their names, their birth dates, anything that's pertinent to this information or pertinent to who's present, any absence codes. So if I'm looking, I'm searching for, this, again, these names are just killing me. Overload rhythm. this student is absent today. So I know that I don't have to be searching the building for that student. Okay, so that is a very important important page that I think is very good for, you know, the secretary at your building or the principal or whoever is in charge of, you know, those emergency situations. Going back down here to attendance reports, I find the absentee report to be very helpful. This shows me a list of the students that are absent on a particular day. So if I was looking for today's absent students, I would go to my daily attendance and I would choose all my students. And you can select students if you want in a group of students, but I would choose all of my students. I would want all the attendance codes that are already put on those students. I'm scanning for today's date. If I wanted a particular period, I could choose that here. If I wanted a specific time and date, I could choose that here as well. And then I would go ahead and submit, and that would show in my reports. And then I could get a report of, again, every student that was absent today. And if they had already had a code, an attendance code put on them, it would show that code as well. So that's a very good report, very useful report. Another one is if you're monitoring, if your teachers are taking attendance, this teacher attendance submission status report. This would list the teachers for this particular day and if they took attendance or not. So I'm just going to go back again to that May 1st date and hope that it shows something here. There you go. Okay, so it's showing all of the teachers that are in my building, which ones took attendance with the green check mark, which ones did not take attendance, and which ones have not completed their attendance for today. So a good way to look in the morning, if you know you have a set of, you know, teachers that, hey, you know, we want attendance taken by 8:15 in the morning. You can go at 8:16 if you want to, and look here and say, okay, you know, I need to call this teacher and make sure that, you know, they have finished their attendance, or this teacher and make sure that they take attendance. So I think personally that that is a very good report for somebody who would practically live in the attendance screens on their daily basis. Again, there's much more here that we do cover in the attendance management training. And I do encourage you, you know, to go to that if you are someone that does work with attendance or lives in attendance all day long. So skipping right down then to the health screens. Again, this is not something that everybody is going to have access to. Health screens, usually your nurses, your district leaders, sometimes your principals. You can give specific pages to secretaries within your health management, but those would definitely be something that, you know, might not be pertinent to everybody. And it's something that the district leaders might want to lock down a little bit heavier, only because this is health screening reports and, you know, immunizations and things like that. That's not something that you want everyone to have access to. But just looking at this, I'm just going to look at like our daily health to-do list. This does give a list of students and what they need to come in for during the day, what maybe they've already come into the nurse's station for. And hopefully my computer is going to be, it's saying we need lunch. That's what it's saying. Everybody needs to go take a lunch, but here we go. We're going to look at, I'm going to go back again and look at that particular May date, see if we have anything in there. It needs some energy, I think, for the afternoon. There we go. Okay, so it's giving you a list of students that came in on a particular date. It's organized by date, the time that they came in, the name of the student, what kind of status, and any notes that are pertaining to maybe some medication that they took, maybe some office visits. Again, this is this is information that your nurse or somebody with a medical background has filled in, or somebody that's responsible for giving the student medication on a daily basis, or just giving the student medication if they come in with a headache or fever or so on. We do a health management training as well, and we do walk through the nurses on good practices for noting these office visits, good practices for the medication, making sure that we note how many pills were given to the nurse on a particular day by a parent or by a doctor or a grandmother or whoever brought them in, and then how many is dispensed to that student. So we do go through a lot of that information in the health management training. We also go through the immunizations. So all of the immunizations are listed here as well on students, and maybe students who are missing immunizations. Okay. So again, these are all tiles that are set up the way that you want your health pages to display. And, you can click on those tiles and see which students have the immunizations, which ones do not, and so on. I'm sure that back during the COVID days, many people had access to this just because of students going in and out, during the school day when COVID was prevalent. So again, I encourage you to attend the health training meeting for district leaders, for nursing staff, anybody that maybe dispenses medication. That would be something to definitely see. Again, there's a few other things in here, but these are probably not things that you're going to be working with on a daily basis, unless you're a nurse. So.
All right, so just a couple things about this school enrollment menu. So again, you will find, as we said earlier, a lot of the same functions in the group actions menu down here. Oh, yep, I am sharing. Okay, as you'll find off of this menu. So I'm not going to talk about too many of these. We do cover these functions in the enrollments and transfers training that we put on before. You can find a recording of that on our YouTube channel, and I'm sure that will be hosted again here by Meta in the future. So that's, again, enrollments and transfers. But within this menu here, I'll just touch on a couple of these briefly that might be important to you, to our users that are on the call today. Enroll new students. So if you don't have a third-party software for registration, which I know several of you do, and it's a manual process within the district, which a lot of our districts do it this way. This is where your registrar or your enrollment person will register or enroll a new student. And this is a way to put a new student into the software. Now, I just want to point out in doing so, and this is very, very important point that hopefully your enrollment person is aware of, you never want to duplicate student records. So when they put a new student in, there is functionality within this page that's going to look for a duplicate and try to be sure that you're not, if you had a student leave in the 3rd grade and then she comes back in the 10th grade and you don't know her if you're enrolling that student, they've been gone a long time. It does a search. It helps you search. So there's some of that functionality within this. There's a lot more to enrolling a student than just this page, but this is where it begins. Just wanted to point that screen out. Enrollment summary. This may be another useful report that you could use. It is going to give you a breakdown by grade level and race and ethnicity of every student enrolled in your building or your district. So notice that I am at the high school building, so I'm specific to the high school. And I'm going to go back to a date and time where students were in my building. And when I go back to May 25th and I have all active enrollments as of that date selected, you can see that it breaks it down by grade level and then by gender, male and female in total. But then as you go through, you have race, you have students broken down by race. And sometimes I've found working in a building, my superintendent may ask for this information, or my state reporting person, or my principal or assistant principal might ask me for this information. So it's helpful to know. Also, being in charge of scholarships at a high school in a past career, it was also helpful for certain scholarships that are available to students depending on their race. So there's a couple of reasons that you might refer to this page, but it's just good information, helpful. And again, as I mentioned earlier, everything in PowerSchool that's blue is probably hyperlinked, so I can select any group of kids. So for example, I can select my African American male students in the 12th grade specifically by clicking on this link here, and it would make them my selection. So if I was working with a certain population of students, so so that might be helpful to you for various reasons. And I think the only other thing I wanted to say on this page is, or on this menu item, is that there are several functions here that you will probably never touch, to be honest. Most of us will never touch. It's very specific to a person in your building. That may be you, but such as grabbing a group of kids and re-enrolling them in school or transferring out of school. Again, covered in the enrollments and transfers trainings. I did want to point out, so every building in your district has a set of next school indicators, or we'll call them potential next school indicators. So I'm going to click this link here. So students from Meta High School can go on to one of these 3 buildings. Again, scrambled data, pulling from districts. So, you know, normally you would see that kids from Meta High School would probably go to the graduate building next year. You know, if they're moving on to a different building, or kids in a middle school would have an option of all of your high schools for the next school indicators. So if you are missing a next school indicator, which would be the case if you have a new building in your district, let's say, then this is a place that it could be added from. And then lastly, for the purposes of this menu anyway, this is a function, again, available to you in the group actions menu to set in a group of students their next school indicator. So basically to tell the system which next school those students should go to at the end of the year process. So Meta runs an end of year process for our districts, and in that process, one of the many things that happens is whatever next school indicator that student has on them is where they're going to roll up to next. It may be the same building, so 9th grader would go back to high school, but a 12th grader would go up to the grad building. A 8th grader would probably go up to one of the high schools. So those just need to be set correctly. So at some point in the year, someone in your building is hopefully taking care of that, setting the next school indicator on all the students who are, especially the students who are moving on to another building next year. So I am still in the Meta High School building. I am going down the left nav menu, and prior to the break, we talked through the people menu, the attendance, the health, the school enrollment menu, and now we are on courses and programs. You know, from a number of items perspective, this list isn't very long, but I do want to point out something that kind of makes me laugh in PowerSchool. There are 3 different places in the PowerSchool menus that's called courses and programs. So it's a little confusing. I'm not sure on the decision to do that, but I just wanted to point out there is a main menu category called courses and programs. We will see that another place on this menu in a little bit, and then there is a courses and programs menu within the student menus. So sometimes that's confusing a little bit, and when you use your PowerSchool search up here, that can be confusing because it does give the breadcrumbs to how to get to that page that you're searching. So I just wanted to point that out. There are a few different places called courses and programs. So ran out of unique names for categories, I guess. So the very first one, I'm just going to touch on a few of these and then talk a little bit more in depth at some of the ones about some of the ones on the bottom. So student programs. Student programs are going to be your mostly state reportable programs that students are in, whether they're, you know, they have a special circumstance, disability, anything that your state reporting person has to categorize. You know, they're using state programs for a lot of those. So if you see student programs, that phrase out there, that language, and you see a number in front of it, that usually means that is a state reportable program. I'll go ahead and click into it and show you what I mean. So from this menu here, you can see all the state reportable programs that are in your system. This also includes, for our high school staff out there, this also includes those diploma those different types of diploma indicators that came out a few years ago from the state of Ohio. And right down here in the 500,000s, I'll call them for the numbers. Student plans to earn Ohio means job. Ohio means jobs, graduation seal. So these seals is what I meant. A diploma is not the right word for it. Seals on the diploma that they can earn. So for those of you who don't know, every student who is indicating to earn a seal needs to be enrolled into a program per state reporting saying they plan to earn a graduation seal. And then once they have earned the grad seal, then they're then put in that program. And so our transcript, our meta customized transcript, is actually programmed to pull the data of which students are in which have earned which seals, I'll say, and it'll put that seal right on their transcript as well. It's pretty slick. So, but it's dependent on the school keeping up with enrolling the students into the right program. So that's just, again, just one example of state reporting programs. Some of our buildings, we'll see if they have any in here. I'm going to skip kind of toward the bottom. I don't think they do, but some of our buildings are also using programs in a different way. There are non-state reportable programs that can be used, and some of our districts use them for scheduling to get groups of students into the right course sections on their schedule. That's not state reportable. That is just a way to put students into the right section. So there's, again, this can be used for scheduling, but it is usually used for state reporting. And so this is another one of those places that most of us will never touch. Most of us won't be coming to create new programs or anything like that at the district level. But what you might do here is you might come over and see which kids are enrolled into a program. So for example, going back up to, plans to or science grad seal earned. Let's say if there's anybody in here. If I click display, it's going to show me every student, whether they're graduated or still in the building, that is in the the science grad seal earned program, which means they've earned it, and it goes in the transcript. So just something for reference in case you're curious. I encourage you to explore in there in our train environment. You may or might not have access to that in your home environment, but it may be a good resource that you might want to have access to. Okay, so we've talked a little bit about fees. So overall registration fees, course fees, you know that some of our districts use the fees in PowerSchool, but some use a third-party software. So we are going to skip down a little bit. Pertaining back to programs, this really should be lumped in with this one. This is one of those functions that you can do with a group of students if you have them selected. So for example, if this time of year you were updating your seniors on who was planning to earn a seal or has already earned a seal, you could grab that group of students en masse from the start page, and you could mass assign them to the student program that I just mentioned. I will go through an example of a mass register. So mass register is maybe a new phrase in PowerSchool about 2 years ago. It used to be called mass enroll. All it means is that you're mass registering a group of students into the same course section, or mass enrolling them into the same course section. So I'm going to click on mass register. And again, this is another one of those functions where I have to have a group of students selected to do this. So I currently have my 20 students, my advisory students in my selection, and I am going to use I could use the quick register, which means if I have a course number and a section number, I can say course number dot section number and click register. Now, once I do this, it will put these students into that course section. So let's try that. Give me a little overview here. So I can edit the dates. I might want to edit to the first day of school. Since it's prior to the first day of school, I'm in the clear right now. But once school starts, registration or register or enrollment dates are very, very important into sections. You only want to start a student in a section on the day that that student entered that class section. And in this case, it's going to be the first day of school. So it is defaulting to that right now. So I put them in this course, this section. It is telling me every student that I had in my selection, I can click enroll students, and then they would all be in there as long as the section is found. And please note that you do have to have your calendar in the building set up in order for any student to be registered into a section. If you get an enrollment error at your building that says student cannot be enrolled into a course section, course enrollment error, something like that, then that means your calendar is not yet set up, and whomever's responsible at your building does need to set that up. I'm gonna give you one more example of that, and instead of quick register, let's say I don't know the course number, I don't know the section number, I'm looking for options on where to put these students. I can look in period 9, and I could even select the teacher if I have a teacher in mind, and then I can do a search for all classes available in period 9, and I can just pick a class for them, and I'm going to get the same results in the way that, let's see. So maybe this is a course that all of my, that has a limit of 5 students allowed, so I'm not going to pick that. Maybe there's a better option here, maybe not. There's one. Okay, we'll say maybe this is an advisory type of course. So we'll say they're all going to Buckeye Ranch in this period. Note that this does not only take place in 9th period, it found it because that's one of the periods it takes place in. So always pay attention to the expression. And when you're doing this, just be cognizant of where you're scheduling students into. So just for the purposes of our example, I'll go ahead and click that, and you'll see same result. It found the section. It's going to put 20 students in there total. As of this date, if I click enroll students, they are now in Buckeye Ranch for periods 1 through 9. So just knowing what I know about schools, that's probably some kind of holding course where a group of students is off to another building or location in that sense. So any questions about mass registering students or the programs? Okay. All right, and the last thing I wanted to touch on, well, I'll just touch on this very briefly. So Kim showed you remote enrollment earlier in our search, how to find students who are remote enrolled into other buildings. There is a way, I'll give you a quick example. If I had a group of 8th graders in my middle school and they're remote enrolling into the high school building, I don't have to enroll each one individually into that high school course. I can do a mass remote function right here with that group of kids, and that page will allow me to search the sections in the other building of the course I'm looking for. So that's just a little bit about remote enrolling, basically. You can do it individually on one child, or you can have a group of students in your selection to do that. And lastly, on this menu, master course schedule. So what I've done is I've just simply clicked the master course schedule off of the left menu. You can see it's taking a moment to populate here. This is what I call a good overhead view, or a grid-like view of my entire master schedule for the current year. So I could go back in time if I wanted to see what my master schedule looked like last year or 2 years ago. I could do that, but currently I'm looking at this year. I want to know where my students are going to be, what my teachers are teaching each period, each day of the week, so on and so forth. So this view is customizable to an extent. You can see this show preferences button, and down the left side I have all of my teachers listed with their teacher number, and across the top here, besides the days of the week, I do have the period numbers across the top. And as you can see, they have quite a lot of few class periods in Meta High School, maybe some holding courses or something at the end of the day, like houses and attendance. I'm not sure what they're doing with those, but some of our buildings do have these attendance periods or houses or teams that they track students with. They might have what's called an out period, where students who take classes outside the school day are put into sections, because you really do want to show every class that a student is enrolled in for the term on their schedule, whether they're getting grades or not. But you can see that Darius here teaches geometry, algebra, and math lab, and what periods of the day that Darius teaches those. And you can also see the course number, the number of students in the section, again, which period it's in, but also which term it's in. So there's a difference between This math lab is in S1, and then there's a version of it in S2, but most of these classes are year-longs, and you can see that on here. Acoustic nightshade acoustic up here, our other teacher must not have anything on their schedule, and that's why nothing's showing for that teacher. Besides that, I do want to show you the preferences menu, so I can click back to preferences here. And I can actually select which periods I want to see. So let's say all of those classes in the latter periods are more of holding courses, and I really only need to see my HR and 1 through 9 periods. And let's just sift down, so I'm only looking at a one-day schedule. I'm only looking at Mondays. I want to select all rooms, all teachers. I get a chance to group by and sort by, and I've always selected teacher name. I know a couple of users who have done some of these other ones, and you can experiment with it. Room might be another good one to see what's in each classroom. We have a lot of large high schools we serve that are looking for rooms to put classes in, and this might be a good view to use to see what's actually in a classroom versus who's teaching a class. So, but I've always used this view here. I can do a matrix view that I was just showing you, or I can do a list view. So I'll try this for a moment, and then I'll pop back here and show you a list view for a different version of that. So I'm going to click Submit. And this looks a lot cleaner, a lot nicer, because I've only picked one day of the week. So if every class is a Monday through Friday, or almost everything is, then I could just go ahead and select the Monday, or a day as it's called in most of our school buildings. And it'll just show me a little cleaner view. So I'm not seeing Darius's class over and over listed down here again for every day of the week. So just a slightly different view. And then of course, I have all my periods listed up top. HR is probably a later period in the rotation on your list of class periods. But even though in the bell schedule it might take place first time of day, it's looking at that internal number, and that's why it's showing up over here. In case you see that in your own district, you might note that it's going by the internal period number is the way it's ordering it on this specific page. But on a student page, you can choose the order in which it displays the periods. So if HR truly takes place first, you can sort that to the top in your settings. Another thing that you might be looking for is a gap in a teacher schedule. So if it was July or August, which it is August, maybe I'm looking for a gap in my teacher schedules to figure out duties like various duties around the building that need taken care of. If someone has an extra planning period, maybe they're only guaranteed one planning, and therefore I may have to utilize a teacher for like a lunch duty or something. And I can see how many gaps they have in their schedule. This is one good way to see that. There are others in PowerSchool, but this is another way. As you know, any of these are clickable hyperlinks, so I could go to the course section to see the setup by clicking on here, or I could see the list of students by clicking here. So let's go ahead and do that. So now I can look at this list of students that's in third period modern world history if I needed to work with them, and I could make them my current selection or add them to my current selection, because I probably have my 20 students in my selection that I started with this morning, and I could add this group to them if I wanted to. Additional information for looking at a list of students in a course section. I currently have the detailed view on. If I turn that off, it's going to be much simpler, easier to look at view. If I just want to look at the names of the kids and how many, then I can simply look at the non-detailed view. But if I turn that back on, which is usually my default, then I can see gender and grade level and enrollment and exit dates. Likely the exit date will be the same for all of the students in a section. I can also see whether they're active in the section, because another thing you can do with this detailed view is you can pop right over here, and you can also include in your results students who have dropped the course section, which at this point there won't be any, and I can look at any students who were pre-registered for the section. Like if they were starting on day 2 or 3 in the semester or the year, then they might be pre-registered for this course section. So If you're looking through a section, you want to see every kid who ever will be or ever was in this course section, go to detailed view and include the dropped and pre-registered choices as well. All right. And so I think I'm gonna hand it back to Sally for the data and reporting part of the menu.
Okay, so data and reporting. So within data and reporting, you can see the options, the category options here. For a lot of times, what data and reporting within this category, users are trying to get information out of PowerSchool. Again, we talked about the quick student export this morning when you're needing information on a group of students that you've worked on and you want to export that data. Whether that be in a spreadsheet or, as a PDF, again, to work with additionally. So you need that export. So again, a lot of times data and reporting for users, again, is within this export, but that all can be done within this left navigation menu. There's also imports. Not really something a new user would worry about, but there is a way within PowerSchool that you can quick import or import manager for data that you have on a template that you might need to push into PowerSchool. We would not recommend users jumping into quick import until you become very familiar with PowerSchool and how the data works, because that does change your data. So when you import data into PowerSchool, it takes a look at what was already there and it updates it with what was on your import template. But export is, again, something that a lot of users, newer users, again, also may use just to quick export information out. We talked about the quick student export that was up here in our people menu, but there's also quick staff export that you can perform as well, again, for getting data out of PowerSchool. But real quickly, within this data and reporting menu, there are data management items where you can, a lot of validation of data within PowerSchool. There are form reports. You can see different form reports listed. Exports, we just mentioned. The meta alerts report, alert builder report. And we'll look at alerts when we get to the student pages. But with the alert builder reports, you're able to run a report for a group of students that you've selected on your start page. If you don't have a selection of students on your start page, it's going to prompt you to select a group of students, which is what mine is doing right now and taking a little bit of time to do. But what it is, again, it's a report where you can select if your students, if there's a group of students, you have all your 12th graders on your start page and you want to see which of those students have the medical alert. That's just one example where you might use alert builder reports. It will run through all of those students and it will display then, it will display the list of students that were have that medical alert. My page was frozen, so I opened up another page there. But that's what your alert builder reports are. And again, we'll show you what alerts look like when we get to those student pages. The meta reports, there are some core reports listed here. EMIS, meaning your state reporting reports, are listed in this second column. You can see within the meta reports, a lot of our districts use the meta report card, and you can mass print the report card. So if you have a group of students and you need to print those report cards, you can do so within these meta reports. Meta report builder, this is what we use to for your transcripts. Our districts using transcripts have been built in the meta report builder. But it also takes you, there's a link here that'll take you to the meta reports landing page where you can mass print student transcripts. So there's an option to do report cards and transcripts. Imports we've mentioned already. Reports, here are some additional reports, compliance reports for state reporting. You can see some different state-specific reports, as well as system reports, your PowerSchool system. There are reports you can get statistics and information on your system. Your report queue, we talked about the report queue earlier. If you select reports to be printed, you'll see your report, the icon up here on your navigation bar. You'll also be able to get your report queue status clicking that link. That'll take you to, again, showing you different statistics of the reports, the processing time, again, all of those statistics. School reports, your at-risk students. Again, if your district has set up those parameters on what defines a student at risk, you can run a report to see those at-risk students. You can review school information and your server performance. Again, PowerSchool performance report you can select. And there's a class, the last items here, class roster dashboard, a custom reports bundle, PSCB custom reports, and SQL Report 5. So these are customized reports, customizations, not Meta specific. Additional trainings that you may attend with Meta, we will reference the PSCB custom reports very often. These are very valuable reports. Again, these are not created by Meta, but through a different third party that, again, we find great value in, and we even reference them in various trainings that we have. They do have free customizations and free things. Your district leaders know all about that. But with these custom reports, you can see the PSCB custom reports, they have different categories. And as you click on those categories, you will see additional reports listed that you can run. Again, these are very valuable given the information you need with the task that you are performing within PowerSchool. It gives you this topic or the category here of the report and gives you a brief description. And as you click on these there, you can select various parameters to run those reports as needed. You have access to our train database. We encourage you to maybe run some of these reports. Take a look at the information and how it is displayed, what the data is that it comes back out as. Again, given your task within PowerSchool, see what options you might have available with what you will be doing on a daily basis. Any questions about data and reporting? All right, we're going to keep on working down our left navigation menu. We are going to go to school management next. So again, we're in the school building level. If we were at the district level, we would see this say district management, but we're in the school, so we see school management. And if we click that open, we do see all of the subcategories, the categories listed for the setup of your school. So this is the tools and settings that administrators, they've configured to maintain your information at your school building level, the school specific configurations. So the first item, academics, we're at the high school. So of course, class rank and GPA, those are important things at the high schools that would need to be set up. Grades, looking at the setup of, what current grade is being displayed. The final grade and reporting term. This is a setup that takes place to coordinate with the Power Teacher portal, what terms are seen in the Power Teacher portal. Honor roll, what honor roll methods are offered, maybe all A's, all A's and B's, so on and so forth, merit roll, different options. This is where all of that setup takes place. Report cards settings is where your school level, your district leader will configure what is being displayed on the student report card. So again, within this school management, this is where each of these items are being set up. So as a new user, there wouldn't be All of this has already been taken care of by other users within your district. Your setup has been done. But this, again, while you're in the train environment, you can take a look at what is in each of these areas. The alert builder, again, we'll take a look at alerts when we get to student pages, but the alert builder allows district leaders to create alerts for different purposes for students. Assets. I'm not certain how many of our districts are using the assets within PowerSchool, but again, if you were, this would be a way to identify, again, Chromebooks or any of those items that you are assigning to students and keeping inventory of. Attendance. So there's a lot of attendance setup that takes place within the buildings. You'll want to define, or your district leaders would define, what are the attendance codes? Excused, unexcused, partial absence, tardy, all of those different attendance codes get entered. And then the conversions, those are set up to calculate within those attendance as they're recorded. How does it calculate for the student day? Full-time equivalency. Is a student attending a full day? Is that their what we call FTE? So again, a lot of setup for attendance takes place within the school management area. Courses and programs. Stephen mentioned earlier, we saw courses and programs here. We see it here as well, and we'll see it on the student pages as well. But courses and programs here within school management, again, it's the setup of those courses and programs. So adding or editing current courses, adding or editing course sections within those courses. You can see there's also extracurricular activities if your district records that in PowerSchool. And there's some homeroom options. This is a customization. So again, a lot of setup that happens within your courses and programs here in school management. Display preferences. So this is where you have districts have the option to configure their display preferences. Like, for example, the quick lookup display preferences. We'll look at a page called quick lookup when we're on the student pages. Districts can set up what that looks like, particularly within the parent and student portal. What information is being displayed where. There's some additional preferences here. This is where there's some just additional school setup preferences that are on this page. And then this Meta Favorites Manager, as a new user, you do not need to worry about that. We talked about the favorites earlier, PowerSchool favorites. This is what you would use. Before PowerSchool had favorites, we had a customization for favorites. This is here for those users who needed to access their previously stored favorited pages. The next item is fees. Again, not a lot of districts using PowerSchool fees, but if you are, there is some setup that would be needed to be taken place, and that gets done within the fee category here. You're setting up your fee types, whether library fee or an art fee, or if it's a course fee, all of those get set up here. Locker management, this is a customization. If your district is using the locker management customization, this is where you would go to set up the lockers that are being assigned for students. Post-secondary plans. So within these academic and career plans, graduation plans, and graduation sets, districts can set up programs and credentials offered. And then they manage that info for the student. The graduation plan that tracks and reports on student graduation progress, and it evaluates their graduation readiness. So all of that gets set up here within post-secondary plans. The public portal. So within our train environment here, there are parent portal settings, again, where the setup districts are setting up what information is being displayed within that parent portal. This specific one right here, Enhanced Parent Portal, this is a customization. that a lot of our districts are using. So again, districts will set up what information is being displayed on that public portal. Scheduling. So within the scheduling category, you can see the setup that takes place with the calendar. Each school needs to have a calendar. What is the defined first day of school, a defined last day of school, and everything that happens in between. Professional development days when students aren't in session, or holidays or calamity days. All of those things would be done within the calendar, within that configure calendar. There's also years and terms. Again, this is where all of this setup has been taken place already within your district, but your years and terms. If you're a high school building, do you have year-long courses and semester courses and semesters and quarters, so on and so forth? All of that is defined. And then additionally, your schedule, bell schedules for a high school, how are those set up and configured? That's done within bell schedules. And a lot of your schedulers within your district look at and deal with these pages here with cycle days and periods, defining all of that information. And a lot of that happens within scheduling. How it begins, my goodness, it's right around the corner. It feels like it begins. They start talking about scheduling in November, and that continues into the new year and as they prep in PowerScheduler. But again, where that setup takes place. School parameters. So within school parameters, you can define your departments if there are different departments within your building. If you have a geographical boundary and you want to enter that into PowerSchool, kind of lay of the land, a map of what is your boundary. Facilities, rooms, again, defining all of that, and a school map. All of that can be set up here within school parameters. Special functions. So special functions, this page lists various functions that can be done within PowerSchool for different purposes. The function is listed here on the left and a description here on the right. Resetting class counts as updates are being made for students and their courses and their enrollments. You may need to come in, or a user may come in to reset the class counts. Different fee functions that need to be done can be done within special functions. And you'll notice some of these functions are also built into different areas within PowerSchool, left navigation menu. This special functions just compiles a list of them here for use. Teacher applications. So the teacher portal and PowerTeacher Pro, this is where those settings can be, again, set up here, letting teachers what information they're seeing, what they see in their gradebook, the display, what their dashboard settings are, their formulas, their grade calculation formulas, locking the reporting terms. So a lot of districts, if your first quarter ended on October 10th and the teachers have 7 days to enter grades into the grade book, they could enter that so that they have access to that through October 17th, and then it locks after that. So again, all of those settings take place here regarding the teacher, PowerTeacher Pro teacher portal within teacher applications. And then the last item on the school management, user access. This is where substitute passwords are defined. So if your district has subs within the district that come in and they get a username and password each time they sign in to be a sub for the day, this password is defined here on this page. And then there's also a configure parent and student access. Again, how those parents and students access that parent and student portal. So all of the setup within your building happens here within school management. Any questions on school management?
Sally, it came up in the chat. One of our users doesn't see locker management in the school management menu. Is that a plugin? that you have to add
It
on?
is. It's a different customizations that is not ours. We did add this link to the left navigation menu. For those of you that you may not know as new users, but when PowerSchool had what we call the classic menu, all of this looked differently. There wasn't a left navigation menu. It was a list of all these text items, no icons. And locker management was previously in the classic menu. When we switched to enhanced, that customization did not get updated. So we were able to build that into the left navigation menu. So it is not a meta customization, but we can help the district get that display if that was something that they were using previously.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. All right, so let's keep working down our left navigation to system management. So within system management, these are settings that administrators use to configure and maintain the overall operation of the PowerSchool system. So PowerSchool is a customizable system. So it is no coincidence that the first item in system management is customizations. This is where, again, you can customize information within PowerSchool and add information as needed to your pages, to your student information, and any information within PowerSchool. Again, as a new user, you would not be highly unlikely that you would be visiting any of these pages or any of these. Again, there's a way to, add custom pages, add content to those pages, find certain customizations, delete them, community plugins. Again, when we talk about our third-party plugins, that can all be accessed from community plugins. Data, on the data link here, this is where, again, a lot of setup takes place with those third parties when they are connecting with PowerSchool and either gathering information or inserting information, importing or exporting. So we have AutoComms and AutoSends that does all of that. Forms, configuring your forms, setting up your forms if your district is using forms within PowerSchool. Enrollment Express, again, this is if your district is using Enrollment Express. This is, even though it's PowerSchool, it is considered a third party. So Forms and Enrollment Express are both from PowerSchool, but not all districts have those. Those are additional things that each district may or may not have. Again, with this form subscription as well, all from PowerSchool. Localization, within localization, again, PowerSchool being customizable, you're able to, PowerSchool provides a toolkit that makes it easy to update the system and translate it into any language. And there is a caveat to that. It doesn't translate everything. You can select certain languages to translate certain information, not all. Not only translate into another language, but you could update if you had a field that said student number and you wanted it to say student and then the pound sign, the hashtag. You could use localization to make that change if you wanted. So localization is a way to further update PowerSchool as you would like it within your district. So reports, within reports, there are, over here, I'm going to point out the system reports. This is where these are PowerSchool reports that you can set up. So if you have form letters that you're sending home to students with specific information, you can create a form letter that will, then you can select a group of students, select a specific form letter, and it will run that for all of your students. The same with mailing labels and object reports. All of that can be done here from system reports. And these items, specifically form letters, mailing labels, and object reports, those are discussed more in detail at what we call office functions training. So you can, if you're interested in that, you can keep an eye out for that training to take a look at. Report card templates. This is PowerSchool report card. It uses an object report. So again, most of our districts are using the meta report card, which would be, again, in that academics section for your report card settings. But if your district by chance is still using the report card object reports, that's where the templates are to make any updates. Security, you may or may not have access to this in your own environment, but this is the security page. That is where you can configure all things security accesses to PowerSchool. You can configure certain pages for groups if they do or do not have access to certain pages. Security groups, user roles, again, defining who has access to what within PowerSchool. And then under server, again, this is, we're talking about the system management, so the setup. So there's server setup. You can see like some email setup if you're using PowerSchool for certain emails. Log entries is an example. If a student has a log entry entered, it can configure, you can configure an email to be sent to specific admin or the parent, so on and so forth within this setup. There's also just some server information, server statistics over here, just getting some statistics of your server, the runtime, how it's running. Again, not usually anything that a new user would be looking at or within your daily tasks, but we did want to at least mention what was in these areas. Any questions about system management? All right, we'll keep moving. The last left navigation category is applications. So we're going to run through these. Power Scheduler. So again, your scheduling team within your district, they are in Power Scheduler as early as November of the year prior. So this November, your schedulers within your district may start to begin looking at the 26-27 school year, which sounds so crazy. But they begin looking at that, and they use that, they use Power Scheduler when they're scheduling. You'll notice a little bit of a different look when you come to Power Scheduler. This is how our previous classic menu looked with these text links here on the left side. But again, your schedulers come in here, and this is where they configure and run all things related to scheduling students for the following school year. And if you're following along in your environment, in order to get right back to where we were, this is, again, that previous classic menu had a breadcrumb. So we're able to click that start page to get right back where we were. All right, also within applications is Power Lunch. Power Lunch is not a lot of districts, a couple that I know of that use Power Lunch to record breakfast, lunch, those things that students are ordering from the district. This is a way that you can record and have that information. ReportWorks developer. So ReportWorks, you have to have security permissions enabled in order to launch this. This is another report tool where you can create categories, you can organize reports, filter them out. But again, this does come with additional security settings to launch the developer. Interfaces to other systems, again, those third parties, how those are set up that you're syncing with PowerSchool. Meta catalog. This is, we at Meta have an extensive catalog full of customizations that your districts are using quite a bit of. These are things that our developers work on creating to make life in PowerSchool a little bit more efficient and easier to navigate around. Your district leaders have access to the catalog, and all of the different customizations available within the catalog. You may, within your district, also be able to see them. If it's something that you see that you're interested in, you can reach out to your district leader for information on a customization enabling it. Meta installer, this is what we use for the catalog. We install the catalog with various plugins. So your district is using the plugins. They're installed and enabled only the plugins that you want. And if down the road you want to add something else, you would add it with the installer. Notifications. So notifications, this is a way to give, more important or urgent notifications that you want to stand out to your users. You can see different notifications have been set up, and you can see how they, which portal, again, we've talked about the different portals, which portal the message is being displayed in. You can see that here, which schools are displaying the message, and the start and end date for those messages, and if they are enabled. So you can see past messages that maybe are not enabled right now, but you could click on them and you could edit them as needed if you wanted to change them. So you want them to be visible. You want to reuse a message, you can do that so that it's displaying some messages are just yearly messages, but you could have them in here and activate them accordingly by changing the dates. So again, a nice way within PowerSchool to update and see those messages that you want to draw attention to. So I'm just going to finish changing the date. We'll make this one through the week. And again, I could say for my current school or all schools, and I again want to keep the same message. And I submit. And we see that now, oh, did I enable it? I did not. I missed the check mark to enable it. So open it right back up and check mark the box to enable it. Click submit. And now we
caught
see
you, but you were too quick.
Yeah. it's one. That's why we have multiple people on the trainings. You can see that we all pitch in where we forget those check mark boxes sometimes, those little things. But you can see now. So we have a few notifications that are running across. And if we go back here, you can see our notifications listed. So back to our applications menu, Power Tools. Power Tools is also a customization. It provides users with resources to diagnose some common problems that happen and fix them as they look at them. I know one of them that's used a lot that we use is the GPA validation. Am I saying it right? I believe it's GPA validation. And within the student pages, you can click on that. And again, it'll give a more detailed expansion of student information where you can kind of dig further into some information that you need. So Power Tools is a very helpful customization. Screenshot Assist is also a customization where you're able to use it to take a screenshot within PowerSchool. What is nice about Screenshot Assist, it allows you to customize the screenshot. So you can highlight certain fields or values within the screenshot. You also are able to blur information, which is super helpful if you're wanting to screenshot a student page but blur that personal identifiable information. You can use Screenshot Assist to blur the information as needed. PowerSchool DAT reference. This is also a customization. DATs are data access tags, and they are a special variety of PowerSchool codes that retrieve information from one or more PowerSchool database tables. So all of the, that was a lot in one sentence. So all of the information within PowerSchool, all of this, fields, the values within those fields, they're stored on different tables. There's a student table, there's a courses table, an attendance, so on and so forth. And so those data access tags, they have a special naming convention, and we can use those along with specific rules when we're using the data access tag. So we'll use that on our transcript within the report builder. There's other areas within PowerSchool that we use DATs. And this is a reference page for all of those. And you're welcome to, within your train environment, click on that. You have access to this train box for a little bit until our Q&A session that happens in a couple weeks. So you can play around and take a look at some of those data access tags on this reference page. The Meta External Plugins EUI. Again, this is where when we made the switch to the enhanced menu, there were some plugins that we needed to push into the enhanced menu. So this was a way to get those into the enhanced menu. And Special Programs Home. This is a management system designed to address instructional processes of different specialty areas. So that happens within Special Programs Home. That was a quick rundown of the applications category. Any questions?
All right.
Perfect.
So from there, yeah, we're going to talk about student screens. So in order to do so, you have to have a student selected or a group of students selected in my case. So I have my group of students that I've been working with all day. And I want to talk about some kind of general things overall about searching or moving through the student pages, I should say. Again, just like we said earlier with the left nav menu, you'll have access to everything in this train database, many of which you may not have access to when you go back to your home district. So just keep that in mind. It is security based. I know we had a couple of questions about that. Do we have a question in the chat?
Yes, I was just wondering, going back to that locker management, is that an added cost to the district to have access to the locker management? Or do you know?
It was a customization, again, that if you previously had it, it is not an updated one. So these, it is not an additional cost, but it would be if you had it previously. So if you didn't have it previously, you would probably want to look at something that has been updated since, but I can get you the information on that customization if you'd like.
Yes, because I know that when I first started working here, they made reference to that they had access to it, and then somehow it went away. So we are doing other things to try and adjust how we assign our lockers. If we could get that plugin back to help with that, make it more easy for the different buildings to assign that, it'd be greatly appreciated.
Okay, yep, I'll gather some information for you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. So I have my group of students here, and I just want to talk in general about, before we get into that specific student screen. So I'm clicking on a student here, and by default, it's the last student screen that I had selected. So it returned to the quick lookup screen, which we will talk about in a little bit more detail here coming up. But I just wanted to point out from this view, this is what I'm focused on right now, is the student, what we call the student line and the student carousel. So the student carousel, once you have a group of kids in your selection, is going to be, it's going to list all the kids in your current selection here. You can modify your current selection from here, but we're not going to do that right now. I just wanted to show you that I could hop down to a different student in my selection if I wanted to, or I can simply navigate or move through the students using these arrow buttons over. So you see, by default, it's going to give us the initials of the student, but if there's a student photo in the system for that student, that's what's going to display here. That may be useful if you're trying to identify students, who they are when you're on a page for a student. But again, it shows you how many students I have in my selection. I'm going to go back to my original example student here. And there's a couple of icons up here that may be of use to you. So locate student is going to tell you in a current school day, it'll tell you where that student is, which teacher that student is with, which is really nice. And then the counselors. So this lists the counselors that are identified for this particular student. And there is a way to do that. So if you come to our counselor skills training, and by the way, when we say counselor skills, there's a lot of skills you'll learn in there, even if whether you're a counselor or not. Anybody who works with students, supports students, there are a lot of academic pieces to that, but I do heavily encourage you to come to that training. And we do talk about how to assign individually or in mass students to a counselor, which we'll show here once you've done so. And then we've got this print a report button up here. It'll take you right to the print a report page for this particular student. This student line here is customizable by your district leader. Your district leader has decided which fields, so these are all representative of fields, and then field values, as we talked about earlier, associated with that student's field. So this is dependent upon your district's decisions and what to display on this line here. Some do put the counselor's name on here as well, but again, if you have the counselor assigned, you can just find that here as well. Some do homeroom. There's a few others, but typically it's grade level, student number, maybe the school building, maybe date of birth. Those are pretty common. Preferred name maybe. Those are the pretty common fields that are here. Just moving down below, you can find out if a student has alerts on them. And this particular student I've chosen happens to have several. Some will have a whole line of alerts. Some of these alerts are customizations that your district has set up. There is an alert builder. I think Sally may have referenced it earlier. If you wanted to create new types of alerts. But each one of these ties back to some kind of information about this student in PowerSchool. I'll just give you one example. I have a medical alert on this student, and when I click it, I can see that she has a nut allergy, which of course may be very important for you to know working with that student. Here, I just want to point out this little icon as well. If I click there, it's going to be basically a direct link to a part of the contact management page. So you can't manage contacts from this view, but it's just a quick view of the contacts for the student, which may be helpful. So if I had this student sick in my office, I may need to just click on that and call Windweaver here to let them know that their child needs picked up. So other than that, I just wanted to give you an overview of kind of what we're looking at when we're on any student screens. And then I'm going to hand it over to Kim to talk about the student profile part of the menu.
Okay, we are just flipping all around here today. All right, so let's talk about the student profile menu here. I, again, just like Stephen, selected a group of students. I have my selection here. I selected 9 students, and I'm going to go ahead and click into one of the students, and we're just going to look at the student. Actually, I'm going to click into a student that I know that I have a lot of things on here. Let's go down to Olive again. I like Olive. Okay, so as we're looking through, we can see that over here on the left is the student profile. Clicking into the student profile, under student details, we have a lot of different things all pertaining to that particular student. The first one, which was actually the screen that Stephen had been on, is our quick lookup screen. This is a highly used screen, I would say. It shows the current grades in the courses. It's viewable in the parent portal. It's viewable to teachers. Here we call it quick lookup, but if you're looking in the parent portal as a parent, it's called grades and attendance. So if a parent calls in and says, you know, I see such and such of attendance under my student, it's not correct. Can you check it out? They're actually looking at what you see on this quick lookup page. You can see that a student's grade is by course. You can actually click into that particular grade, and it gives you details. It gives you calculations, how they received the grade, and so on. It also gives you these final grade calculations here at the bottom. So it's showing details. I don't have tons of other details down here on this particular student, but it does show how they received that grade and why they received that grade. If there were any messages or information noted, it would also show in this column, clear over to the right. I'm going to use my breadcrumbs, as this screen actually has breadcrumbs. I'm going to go back to my course registrations. Oops, I'm going to go to a different course registration. Sorry about that. I forgot that it took us there. I'm actually going to go back to the student profile and back to my quick lookup. And then I'm going to click on one of the attendance numbers here. When you see the numbers in this quick lookup screen, you see these attendance, these absence numbers. These absence numbers represents all of the days missed, all of the instances that were missed. So including meeting, including tardies, everything is in these numbers. So sometimes a student's parent will call in and say, you know, my student hasn't been absent for 4 days. This is not daily attendance. This is each instance that the student was absent. So again, this might represent periods that the student was absent. When you scroll to the bottom of this page, this is attendance by day. So the total days missed by this student is 6, not 32. So again, that might be, it's sort of a misrepresentation, but what they're seeing is usually a higher number. And that's what, you know, they may be calling in to you about, like, why is my student look like they've missed so many days of school? That would be what they're looking at. And that would be the reason why. So that's why I thought it was really important to show you this quick lookup screen. If you were in an elementary building, you might have standards listed under here for grades. We don't have any. I'm in the Meta High School right now. Student assignments. This is where they are, what they see in PowerTeacher Pro. This is the student assignments for the particular year term. And student statistics. This is the daily summaries of the current grades and attendance summaries. And you can see those here as well along the student profile. You can also see the last gradebook update, your comparison to your student grades. So you can choose a term. You can also filter on each of these. So if you're looking for something specific, you can filter on each of these columns. Again, after we're done with this training, this might be something that you want to go back to, pick a student, go in and look at that student and kind of play around in there just to see what the comparison is from the numbers that you see on the quick lookup and then the specific kind of like folders, I guess, that would go into the quick lookup. As I'm going back to the student profile, I'm just going to go down our list here. I'm not going to touch on every single one of these, as some of them are fairly self-explanatory. But addresses, again, just shows the student address, shows the student mailing address. The counselor dashboard, I feel, is very helpful. It is basically a great page to use when meeting with a student or a parent, maybe in the counselor office. It's a kind of just a one glance at everything, like a quick glance at everything all on one page. This might be something that the counselor would want to print out for the parent. It lists, you know, all of this below here, the cumulative info, any test scores, course registration, historical course grades, what the student may have earned in years prior. And then the schedule. So this does give a lot of information. It's very, very good for the counselor. And we do go over this in the counselor skills training as well. As I'm going through, I'm just going to click through. This is just the demographics on a student. If it will go here. This page was updated by our development team not so long ago, but it's definitely more user-friendly. It has some settings that you can use if it ever gets to the page. It has some settings that you can use if you want to view it in a different way. So if you particularly want a larger font, you can look, you can click up here and on this line. If you want color, you can have color. If you want to expand the different sections, you can do so, or you can collapse them. If you'd like to see more on, more on one page, you can do that as well. If you want a different view of the information that is already here, you can do that as well. So this is just at your own preference. It's the way you want to see it and the way that's easiest for you to work through your students each day. Student email is just that. It is the student email. Modify info. The modify info is information that your district may or may not collect. It's manually entered. It's basically quick information about students. Do I have a family rep? Is this student the family rep? So maybe Olive has 2 or 3 siblings that also go to the same school, and I want to specifically send all the paperwork home with this particular student, with Olive, because she's the most responsible of the family. I can put her in as a family rep, and I can note that here. Any graduation requirement set you can do there. I know we do cover some of that in the counselor skills as well. If you want to put your homeroom in there, you can. If you want to put your homeroom teacher in there, you can. There's just, there's obviously, and you can read down here, there's many different things that these are just extra information that you want to have on your students. If your students may be in a particular team, I don't have any teams set up here, but if you have a particular team that you're using, maybe even for scheduling, you could use that team here as well. Tracks, that was another one that we've sort of mentioned a couple times today. You can use their tracks in here if they're just an 8A student. Your district entry date is just what it says. It's the date that that particular student entered the district. It's mainly, I think, it's for EMIS purposes, but this is where you would enter that. All right, and here's where you would assign those counselors. So if you click into that, you can see that here that I have some counselors listed. I could select those counselors, and then I could save it, and that would be the particular counselor for this student. And that was, you can select a primary and a secondary. Okay. Working our way back through the student details. Other information is also just that. I'm going to go ahead and leave that page. And other information is just other general information that doesn't fit anywhere else on the student pages. So if they have a fee exemption, you can put it here. If they have an other alert that maybe doesn't fit in any of the alerts that we already have, or you just don't want to build another alert, you can put that here. If you have a language barrier, you can mark that here. These, again, they're just some other things that they don't really fit anywhere else in PowerSchool, and this is where you can put that other information. One thing I do want to point out here, though, is on the meta report card. This promotion indicator, most people do put this on their meta report card, and this will be noted on the report card whether the student was promoted and what grade is their next grade level. So what grade they're going into next. Okay. There's also an attendance alert and an at-risk alert and an EMIS alert. If your EMIS coordinator wanted to put something in this area, this is where they could do so. Student photo, you can upload or view a student photo here. This can be done in mass. So usually you receive something from whoever took your photos. You receive a a document, and then you can upload your photos here within student photos. Same with student forms. Student forms, you can also upload student forms for them to fill out, and you can do that here within student forms. There's class forms, there's enrollment forms, there's student support forms. So you can also do that here within the student forms pages. Contacts. We dipped a little bit into contacts, but I'm going to go ahead and click into here. So if you are searching for additional family members, you can do so here. If you can search for them by their name or a family ID. You can just put in mother's name, father's name, guardian's name. And once you do that and submit, it will give you a list of maybe the suggested family members. And then if you don't have any of those family members, you would need to enter that family member. This is just, I don't have any family members to suggest for all of, but this is where you would add those family members if you wanted to link all those students together. In contact management. So this is any person outside of the school that needs to be associated with the student. So the contacts can be associated with multiple students. Here, contact management page, you can edit the contacts that are already there. You can delete the contacts if they're no longer needed, although we don't recommend deleting really anything in PowerSchool. You can also add them here. So if you need to add a contact, you can add a contact here. You can also move these orders. So I know that I can't remember who talked about it earlier, but if you want your biological parent to be the mother to be the first one, you can move these around in any order that you'd like to view them. And I would do it for maybe just a quicker glance at who I need to call first if maybe there was an emergency or a pickup issue or something similar like that. Okay. You can also see by looking through the contacts that we've already added here, who has custody, who the student is living with, who the school pickup person is. So, if somebody different comes to school to pick up the student, this is a quick glance of where you can go to say, yes, she is available to pick up the student. An emergency contact one is important as well. You can click into these contacts, and you can say that they wanted to add, they got married and needed to change the name. You can do so here. You can also edit if they do not have school pickup anymore. You can edit that here. You can edit the cell number. Lots of people change their cell numbers or their email addresses, and you can do so by clicking into that particular contact. Okay. All right, so as we're going down then, we're going to also look at, actually one other thing I did not point out here. If you inactivated, so if I went in here and I inactivated my uncle, and I'm going to put an end date as August 3rd was his, he's no longer a contact. Okay. I can see up here that I have another contact by seeing this number, this +1. I can see that there was another contact on here, but that person is no longer a contact for the student. If I click into show all, that contact will appear, give me that end date, and I can go back in and add that contact if I need to. So I had forgot to mention that earlier when I talked about adding contacts, but that could play an important role again, with who can pick up a student, who is an emergency contact, who that student is allowed to, go with, who's allowed to have the information regarding that student. So that could play a big role in that. So just so you know, that +1 means those are including those contacts that are inactive. Okay, now let's move on to Guardian. We use the contact management page. This is useful when you have just a Guardian information that you want to appear, or an alert that you want to display in their student line. So if maybe the grandmother is no longer allowed to pick up the student, I could put this information here to pick up student. I could put this information here. I can put an alert of when this might expire. I can put this information here, and it is going to appear on this student. Okay. Okay, user access. Here's where you can see student logins. And you can see here that I have no parent access record found, no student access records found under Olive. But if we were, you could see when the parent logged in to the student record and when the student logged into the student record. So this might be important if maybe you're getting an email about them maybe not being able to access their records, something similar to that. And you can go in here and you can find out if the student really was able to access, or if the parent was able to access the records. Guardian and student account access. This is where you can set up that student account access. You can give the student a username and password. Some people may have a third party that they use to do this. But here is where you can see the access information. So here it shows you can change the student password if the student can't get logged in. You can make it something general. They'll have to log in. And just like we did at the very beginning of the training when we were having some trouble logging in, you can change the student password here just to something general, and then they will have to change the password again once they get logged in under that general password. So that is a good way to keep track also of the students that are maybe, trying to access the account inappropriately or something like that. You can use attachments under the student profile. There is a file storage that is limited. So there's not a lot of people that use the student attachments. This is actually set up at the district level, I believe. And I know that there is a storage, very small storage for the attachment. So there's other ways to get the student forms into the system rather than attachments, but I did want to show you that that is listed there. Lunch program, I think we had mentioned earlier that most of our districts do not use PowerSchool lunch program. It is available, but this might be a place that you just want to keep a record of your status. So if the student is a free lunch, student that has a free lunch, this is where you could keep that information. But most people, again, use a third party for their particular lunch, where the student would sign in and pay for lunches and, put money down on lunches and so on. And transportation. So again, many people also use a third-party vendor for transportation, but this is where you could export some data if you wanted to do that. this page, if you do use it, can be seen in the parent portal as well. So if you are keeping track of the bus information, the AM and PM, and you don't have that third party that is doing so for you, this is where you could keep this. And again, the parent can see it in the parent portal and be able to access it there. So that is available if you want to use the transportation. So again, I think the most important under the student profile, I believe, is going to be this quick look up in the counselor's dashboard. That's where you're going to go to see everything as a whole, everything pretty much on one page where you can scroll up and down and get a lot of information. And that's all I have on the student profile.
All right, taking over the share, and we are moving on to academic records for students. So I'll talk through some of these screens as Kim did for the profile. Just kind of define them and show you some of the ins and outs of a few of them. I'll start with cumulative info. So cumulative info is an important one more at the secondary level. So if you're elementary school, probably not too worried about this screen here. But I do want to point this out for our secondary people because this is a viewable screen in the public portal. And so your parents and students may be, this is one that you might get emails or phone calls about if the information is inaccurate. So I do recommend someone in your building if you're secondary building, looking over this particular setup in your building to make sure that these are still accurate. Sometimes GPA calculations change. Sometimes data is not up to date, and you wouldn't want inaccurate data to be showing here. So I did want to show you that there is a setup page to display. This is specific to this particular student that I'm looking at. But there is a page in PowerSchool under the school management menu that Sally showed you earlier today called GPA info for student screens. And this is where you're going to not only on the quick lookup screen show which GPA you're exposing underneath all the current grades out of the gradebook, or you can choose blank if you don't want anything to show. But down below, this is the information for that cumulative info page I just mentioned. And you can decide which fields or these are examples of data access tags that Sally mentioned earlier as well. You can choose to which to use, which to expose. But this is another place where you have to be really in tune with which GPA calculations that your building uses, your district uses. Or else this kind of falls apart right here. So you would have to know which GPA calculation you are using that you'd wanted to show for the current GPA. Current implies pulling from the teacher gradebook, whereas cumulative implies pulling from the stored grades of the student. Some of our high schools choose to show how many total credits were earned. Some do it by grade level. Kind of like this setup down here, number of potential credits by grade level. This school decided to do it that way. This is all customizable. Your building doesn't have to do any of this. It can do some of this. It can do this in different ways, as long as there's a data access tag, which is denoted with that asterisk on this page here, so you know which ones are data access tags. So this is getting pretty far into the weeds on what we cover in the academic pieces of counselor skills. So if this is of interest to you, if this is something that you're going to be helping manage, whether you're a counselor or someone who supports the academic side of things in your office, then I encourage you to come to those trainings. Anything related to GPA calculations, academics, and counselor skills may be helpful for you. So let's go back over here. Back to the student screen. So we're going to pull up our student. Academic records. Just a couple of things here. So honor roll is going to list every time that your student that in your selection was on the honor roll. So if I clicked this link, you would see several notes about when they were on honor roll over the years. If that student was on the honor roll, there's an honor roll calculation process that someone in your building can run if you do calculate honor roll, and it does need to be calculated for it to show. But once it does that, this is where it appears on an individual student to show that he or she were on the honor roll. Student dashboard is a core page, a PowerSchool core page that's kind of like the counselor dashboard that Kim showed you earlier. It's going to be a whole lot of information that you can find on a whole lot of different pages on PowerSchool all in one place. So that's, in my opinion, a pretty useful page as well. I would go check that out. I did want to focus a little bit on historical grades, so I wanted to save a little bit of time up here by going here. Historical grades, again, especially at a secondary level, are going to be is a very important page for student data. So there's a couple of things that happen here. One is it's a good reference for all of the stored grades on a student that have been earned so far up to a certain grade level. So this particular building, their stored grades setup goes back to 6th grade. Even though I'm in a high school, they can set what grade it goes back to. Some of our buildings only set it up so that you can only see 7th and 8th and into high school, and yet other buildings only set up their high school so you can see only high school grades. So that's up to you. I can see why you'd want to show middle school grades because a lot of our middle schoolers these days do take high school credit courses. So that makes sense. And so you can see a little bit of academic history on them. So there's some filters up top that are useful on this page. I can just simply choose the course I'm looking for. If I don't want to sift through, I can just look at a particular grade level for the student and see how this student did in their 8th grade year, particularly. I can see, which classes they earned credit in. So I want to see any place that they earned credit, something like that. And of course I could filter for certain grades, of course. So I just want to see the A's, right? So this is going to show you a column for every grading term that's available to put a stored grade into. These are just showing as blank. So if there was no grade reported for that term on that student, you may get a blank there. So if the store grades process was run, but that student did not have a grade in the grade book in that term, you're going to see this blank populate here. So just FYI. If you have a transfer student coming into your middle or high school, you probably want to manually enter their historical grades. You can use the multiple new entries page where it does just what it says it does. You can put in multiple grades on the same page. You can say what the school name was, what the grade was, if they earned credit, if we're talking about a high school course, or if you just have one thing to enter, one particular grade to enter in one term, like a student took a summer course, you could do a single new entry here. Previous school names, I did want to point this out because I've made this mistake in the past, but more than once, I will say, I entered the wrong school name on my transfer student, and then I learned that you could go to previous school names, and if I had if I had a misspelling in one of these or something, I could simply change the spelling and then submit on here. I don't have to delete the grade and re-enter the whole thing. I can just come here and change the school name if needed. So just a lot of information here at the historical grade screen that may or may not pertain to the students that you're working with. Detail view is just going to give you a little bit more information. And just like if you've seen this if you remember seeing it on the custom student list, and you've used not ours, but if you've used the PSCB custom reports, this may look similar to you. You can export as a PDF or a CSV, simply make a copy of all the data or print it right from here. So same idea here, filterable, sortable, and printable, as I like to say. These other academic screens here are simply what they say they are. So a list of missing assignments in the current term for the student. We wouldn't see any data there probably on this student for this school year, right? But if your students are graded using standards, so more common at a elementary building, then you can go into their standards results and see how they scored in their standards according to their teachers. I do want to click into the state assessment screen. This is a newer screen, and this is pulling from state reportable test information. So Ohio State tests, or OSTs, are going to display here, and they're color coded dependent on how they performed here. You have a little key down there. That's nice. And it does give the date and the grade level the student was in, as well as the score in each subject area. So pretty nice. There are other places to see test scores on a student. So I'm going to skip on down here to test results. This is a core PowerSchool page here. That last one you saw is specific to Ohio for our state of Ohio reporting. This is a core PowerSchool page that no matter where in the world you're looking at PowerSchool in, whatever district you're looking in, this page exists. Some of our districts are using this page, some aren't. This page can be displayed in the public portal, but I think more commonly this is used for, this is the only way, putting test scores here is the only way your teachers can see the student test scores. So again, some of our buildings are using this, some aren't. But if you put a test score here, teachers can see that in PowerTeacher Pro, how their students are doing on standardized tests. So may be important to you. GPA validation, Sally referenced this earlier. I'm going to give you a quick glance into this, and I'm just going to put another plug in for our counselor skills training and our GPA calculation power hour to be coming soon. GPA calculation, again, you would have to know which GPA calculation you're using, but when you know the answer to that, this is a great tool. If I'm troubleshooting a GPA, in other words, I'm in a high school, a student or parent is, one of them are questioning the GPA calculation, I can look at this page to make sure the GPA calculation is correct. It's showing me all terms that it's using, all grade levels that the student has been in, that it's using grades from, potentially. So this student, I think, is only a 10th grader, but it's only using grades starting in 9th grade for them. And it will use all their grades up until 12 and beyond. It shows all grades that are included in the GPA, and it also, this is equally helpful, all grades that are excluded from the GPA and why. So these took place in the S1 or S2 term, and this particular GPA does not include the S1 or the S2 term in it for GPA calculation. It also in red shows where the grade was excluded from the GPA on the grade itself, on that stored grade itself, and that would be another reason that it's not showing. So just to give you a quick glance at that, just wanted you to know that's there if you work in a secondary building and you're looking at GPAs. Lastly, on the academics menu, I'm going to go to report cards. This is the meta customized report card we've referenced a couple of times today. And this is a quick glance at finding a student report card. Tabs across the top will let you change the year, so I can go back in time if I want. And I am currently, I'm looking at last year's report card for this student. And this is a good place, a great place actually, if a student or parent walk in the door and are inquiring or maybe didn't get a copy of the report card, simply hit that print this page button, and now you can hand them a report card right there. So I know we have some districts that aren't even sending paper report cards home anymore because they can view it in the public portal. But if they wanted it on paper, you could print these en masse. There is a place in PowerSchool to print these en masse, or you can simply print it for an individual student right from this screen. And then again, you can go back in time if you want. Like a lot of things in PowerSchool we've mentioned today, this is all customizable. So your district leader helps decide what they want, and probably in partnership with your leadership, like superintendent, principals, and whatnot, to decide what actually displays on this report card that gets viewed by students and parents. So, all right. And I think that's all for the academic records menu. Let's see where I'm at. I think it's back to Sally.
I think it is. So I'm going to go ahead and share. We're going to now take a look at the attendance student pages. So within attendance student pages, the first link here is the attendance overview. This is what page I'm currently on. So all the attendance overview, it shows all of the students' attendance for the year in this calendar style format. You can see all the days, the weeks listed here. We don't see any data listed here because the school year hasn't started yet. So in PowerSchool, all of the students are defaulted as present. It's assumed that they're going to attend each day. If and when a student doesn't attend, a secretary or someone else, a principal or somebody within the district comes in and they mark the student absent or tardy. Again, they mark that accordingly. And that's when you would start to see data being displayed in these gray boxes underneath the Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday categories. It would let you know they have an attendance occurrence for that day. On the attendance overview, you'll see at the very top, there are two different options, meeting and daily. So right now we are on the daily attendance. That is, again, where those attendance records are being recorded, or those attendance is being recorded. If we click over to meeting, you'll see the display changed a little bit. It's going to show meeting attendance, and meeting is meaning period attendance, so period by period. So period 1 attendance, period 2, so on and so forth. So if a student is late to a certain class, the teacher may mark them tardy to, on meeting attendance for period 4 if they were late, they stayed in lunch too long, whatever the case may be. So again, meeting attendance is that period attendance compared to daily. Looking at attendance, if you wanted to view a student's attendance, you could click on the day to view an attendance record. It'll open up. Again, PowerSchool, the default is they assume all students are going to be present for the day. But if a student did have an absence, you could click into that to see additional information. You would see again where they is it an unexcused absence? Is it excused? Is it a tardy? You would see all of the various information as you open that up. You would also see any comments, tardy due to doctor's appointment, or however your student or your district records student attendance comments. You would also see time in and time out, clock in and clock out times accordingly. Again, if they were late, what time they came in, if they are leaving early, so on and so forth. That time is also recorded here. That is because within the state of Ohio, attendance, House Bill 410, it's important that the students' time in school, their instruction time, is accounted for accordingly. So you would see all of that information within the attendance record. There is also at the top of the attendance overview, you'll see this HB 410, the truancy and chronic absenteeism summary. So again, you can see each of these columns, it breaks down the specific students' hours that they've been in school, or I'm sorry, their attendance time that they've been out, and those thresholds, if they are meeting or getting close to those thresholds, that data will be displayed at the top. Our next attendance page is the daily attendance info page. This is a customized page that Meta created, and it is used to track, again, attendance information for a student. This includes anything that was noted on their attendance, their absences, tardies, any field trips, college visits, so on and so forth. Those are broken down into more detail. You would see detailed. I click, these are expandable and collapsible sections. You see as I'm opening and closing those. You see as a student has various attendance records, that those would be listed within detail here. It also is nice at the bottom. There is a legend that highlights certain information accordingly. So you can see green is present attendance codes, maroon is medical attendance hours, and orange is future attendance. So if a student is going to be on vacation in a couple of weeks and they submitted that information ahead of time, if they're on a college visit, you know, next week, those attendance, those that could be recorded in the future, those attendance records could be updated and they would be reflected here in orange. So this is a commonly printed page for individual student attendance. If you have attendance intervention or attendance staff within your district, they utilize this page frequently to print out as they are looking at students' attendance. They may use this page to include with attendance letters, again, any meetings that may be to discuss a student's specific attendance. This page would be printed, again, because it provides detailed information. Again, the summary of the information, additional detail, it breaks it all out to view very nicely. The truancies page, this is just a generic screen where anything could be documented. Truancies could be documented here, but again, this is a generic page. This isn't really used within Ohio because we have a specific state screen for that. But you could just make notes if you wanted to document. This again would just be an internal for your district only. This wouldn't be anything for the state. And then the truancy chronic Ohio page, this is truancy and chronic absenteeism detail. Again, this is our Ohio, our state, when we're talking about state reporting, this is the page we're referencing. So this is where that truancy info resides. Calculations are going to be displayed. Again, we're seeing that truancy and chronic absenteeism summary. That information that we saw on the daily attendance info is also displayed here. What's nice is this little explain hyperlink here. We can click on this pop-up, and again, it gives those definitions of those truancy thresholds here in the pop-up. You can see what would constitute students, what that means, their absences per year, and so on and so forth. You can record any actions taken. You can record those here on this page if you needed to. There's staff notes if you needed to add those. Again, those are non-reportable staff notes that would be internal, you know, just for your monitoring student absence information. You could enter that. We can click, you can see again, these are expandable and collapsible sections. Again, this is where you could add something, a new record action taken. Again, that would not be reported, but if you needed to record something here, you could. Any questions on any of the attendance pages?
We have one in the chat. Someone asked for future attendance. Does it automatically update when that day happens, or do you need to go in and manually do it that way? And would it show as an alert if so?
I believe that you don't have to manually go in and update anything. If you enter a future attendance, it automatically calculates and updates as you enter it. Is that, I'm going to lean on some team members if that sounds, is that accurate, that it automatically does it?
I believe
Yes.
that's right. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, there would not be, if you enter a future attendance record, that those calculations and things, that is where on, I believe it was the daily attendance info, it's going to notate that it's a future attendance, but it's going to show you that detail and that those calculations taking place, so that when that future date does come around, there's not anything manual that you need to do. It would no longer appear in orange at that point once we hit that date.
I have a question, a follow-up question to that. So if it's a future date and it gets canceled, how would we track those future dates? Or you just have to know which students have them coming up?
Yeah,
No,
so
Sally,
that's a,
can I hop
go ahead,
on that?
Lindsay. Yeah, go
So
ahead.
if you have entered future attendance and say you have a calamity day, a snow day, whatever it may be, then the best thing that we can do is to request that you put in a ticket, and then we can go in the background of the system and we can pull all of the students that have any attendance already put in for that current day, and we can remove it. And then that way, then after we remove your attendance, then you can change the day on your calendar. But if you change the day on your calendar with attendance already in the system, then you're orphaning it. So we definitely want to get that removed for you so we keep your data as clean as possible.
Now, would there be a way when you can like make your own alerts happen and notifications to have that as an option, like all future dates show up in my alert? Is that something that you can customize?
So you would want, are you asking if we could create an alert for future absences?
Yeah, just to like verify, like it's like I personally just wanted to verify that they went, but I didn't want to keep say maybe a spreadsheet of those kids. Is that something like on my own page that I could have alerted?
So with alerts, we could create an alert for future absences. The issue would be once that date no longer is future, when it is present day or in the past, that is when the alert would drop off. So for, like Lindsay mentioned, when there's calamity days, absolutely, you would, submit a ticket to us so we could find those records for that specific calamity day. If it was an instance where there was a college visit and you wanted to make sure that that student attended that college visit as notated on their attendance record, that would probably be more of a situation where you would need to, verify your records, a list of students attending a college visit on these dates, and then double cross-reference on, a spreadsheet maybe that you had separately. But we certainly could look into, if you submit a ticket or have your district leader submit a ticket, we could look into building an alert as you would need it again for future absences. The issue would happen when that date no longer is a future date, if that makes sense.
Yeah, you would almost have to like have it alerted the day prior to it happening. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. No, that's
Please
that's a
remember
great
too,
question.
Olivia.
I'm sorry, what?
Olivia, you can always go into the attendance today on the left side navigation bar. If you click on the attendance today from the start screen, and you can choose if you want to search all of the absent codes or all attendance codes.
Okay.
And then you can choose whatever day you would like. So it only does one day at a time. But if that's all you're looking for, say I want to look at August 13th, and I want to see who might already have future attendance for that single day, then you can run this and it will populate anyone who has an attendance code inserted for that day.
Perfect. So that could just be like a part of a daily habit. Okay, awesome. Thank you for showing me.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
That's a great question. All right. Any other questions about the attendance pages? All right, we'll go ahead right into our behavior pages. So just a real quick two-sentence. Incident management is PowerSchool incidents that within Ohio, we do not use. We report all of our incidents via log entries. So again, your district, it's highly unlikely that they are recording anything within incidents because it is not being reported to the state. The state is using log entries. Log entries can be not only for discipline, but log entries could also be for other areas. For example, attendance or grade changes. If somebody changed a grade, maybe you want to record a log of that grade change. There are just different, again, whatever your district has set up for log entries. You can see some of the examples we have here of other instances of log entries. Parent contact, maybe every time a parent is contacted, a log is wanted to be recorded, you would see that option here. But discipline is what is being reported to the state via log entries. So you can, if you on a student's log entry page, let me go back. Pick my student again. Let's go back to their log entries page here. You can see on this page, if you have a student that has previous log entries, you would see that information listed here below. It'll give you brief detail information, the name of the log entry, who submitted it, the date of that. You could click to open it to view detailed information to see more in depth what that log entry was. If you wanted to create a new log entry, you would click on new, and that's the page that we were on. You would enter all of your applicable information, including, the subtype for the discipline, and again, filling out all of your information relevant to that discipline log. Additionally, there is, again, because this is state reportable, there's additional information that you would enter to report to the state for discipline log entries. You also can see on the log entries page, there is a place to edit a discipline alert, because on alert right here, we see this student has a discipline alert. Again, this is a training database with scrambled data, so you can see we have some alphanumeric letters in here for our discipline alert. But you can add a discipline alert for a student, whatever it needed to be, your alert. You could give it an expiration date if you needed to, and you can submit that. Again, you would see that information on your discipline alert, and you could edit it as needed within your log entries page. Okay, any questions about log entries? Okay, I'll go ahead and stop my share. We'll keep continuing through our student navigation pages. We'll look at courses and programs next.
Yep, that's where we're at on the course and programs menu here for the student pages. And just wanted to show you a couple of different views and different ways to look at a student schedule, or things about a student schedule, I'll call it. So I have my example student here, and I'm going to just click through these pages here pretty quickly. There are 3 different primary views to look at an individual student schedule, and they are the bell schedule view, the list schedule view, and the matrix schedule view. So that's where I'm going to start here. So we'll go first to the bell schedule view. Now the bell schedule view is dependent upon the bell schedule that's set up for the current school year in the building that the student is in, but also just as dependent on the bell schedule that's set upon the calendar date that you're looking at. So for example, you might have multiple bell schedules for the school year. You might have a regular day. You might have a block Fridays where kids only go to certain classes. You might have a assembly day where the classes are shortened. You might have a late arrival or early dismissal. So there are many different types of bell schedules that you might have in your school, but you can only have one bell schedule on each calendar date. So that's what this view is looking at. So I'm clicking into bell schedule, and it's just a visual with times on the left to show you about where that student would be according to the time on their schedule. And we can already see that they have a different bell schedule set on Friday, August 15th compared to the first 2 days of school the 13th and the 14th here. So you can see that they have this academic options that kids start in on day 3 on that Friday. And maybe that's an every Friday thing, maybe not, I'm not sure. But what I do know is this bell schedule varies slightly away from their probably normal bell schedule, which means the child's lunchtime changes and all his class times change just a little bit. So that's one view. Now, what some people like about this is that, again, it shows the times that the student is in this class. All right. So the second one we're going to look at is the list schedule view. This is more of a linear view of a student's schedule. So show me all the expressions down on the left, the term, the course number, and section number that they're enrolled in. So they put a little hyphen in between here to designate the difference: course number, section number, course name, teacher, room. And here, this is why a lot of people like this view as well. It shows the first date that student's going to be in the class or was in the class, up to the last date that they're going to be in the class. And so you can see he has a semester 1 over here class. So those dates are going to vary slightly from the semester 2 dates comparatively to all the year-long classes that this student is in. So kind of a clean linear view of a student schedule. Again, this is I think this is the example I gave this morning of maybe I'd want to print this as a quick reference guide for a student or a parent or maybe myself to go find that student. All right. The third view is the matrix schedule view, and there's a lot of reasons to use this one as well. One way to use this is what I've heard some office staff and schedulers and counselors call this is a gap finder. In gap finder meaning it's the school year hasn't started yet, and I'm making sure all my students are fully scheduled. So I'm going to start looking at a couple of students' schedules. And if there's something missing, it'll just be blank. For example, this student doesn't have anything in the homeroom period. This student also doesn't have anything in the periods out here, but it looks like these are probably outside of the day classes, as I like to call them. So I'm not too worried about that. But maybe this homeroom is a concern here, that they don't have anything. It's also a way of seeing if a student is double scheduled. There would be a red box around a class if they had 2 classes at the same time in the same term, which is different from these classes out here in period 8. This student has financial literacy in S1 and then sculpture in S2. So they're right on top of each other. This view does show all days of the week. So you're going to get that Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday that this particular building has set up. And again, like I said earlier, most buildings would just call it A, B, C, D, E days, but they have relabeled them, which you can do, to a Monday through Friday type of system to make it clearer. So that's a little bit about the matrix view schedule. Some people like that it's colorful and visual, a little bit different from the linear view. Then I'm going to go back up here and just talk very briefly about the course request management. So if you are in a secondary building and you put in course requests on a student, this is where you can view said requests, manage requests and course recommendations by teachers. So some of our buildings, a lot of our buildings have teachers put in recommendations for courses for the following year. And if your school has done that, this is where you'd find them. And you can modify requests from here as well. So just a little bit about that. Modify course schedule, very different page here, because this page is where you're going to change an individual schedule from. So this student walks into your office before school starts or on the 2nd or 3rd day in a lot of cases, and they need or want a schedule change. Well, here's where you'll do it from. You can drop a course from here. You can search courses available by period or by course number from here. A quick enroll or quick register, as it's called on other pages, would be if you knew the course number and you in the section number, and you'd simply click the enroll button. Be very careful once school starts on these. If you are the person that's changing student schedules or getting kids into classes once school starts, you know, new enrollments and whatnot, the effective date is very important. So if they're in the class on day 1, you're going to use the effective date of the day 1 of school, right? However, if they're starting on day 2, you do want to put 814 on there for that particular class enrollment. So it's very important for enrollment, very important for state reporting, that those dates are accurate on when the student was actually in the class. So just keep that in mind if you're the one that's doing that. When a student withdraws, part of that withdrawal process is that it does drop all the classes for that student. So you don't have to come over here and drop all those classes if a student is leaving. But if you have a student, just a quick plug for this, if you have a student and you're in a secondary building, middle or high school, that's new to the district mid-year or even toward the beginning of the year, let's say, if you put in some course requests for that student, so you can go to the request tab up here, plug in some course requests for that student, and you can use the automated schedule function if you put requests on him or her. And it's going to find the best fit schedule to fulfill as many of those requests as possible. We talk about that in our live side scheduling training, always available to you in the spring. All right. A couple more things on here. Course registrations, similarly to the list view, but a little bit different, is this is a filterable and sortable view of every enrollment for this current school year I'm in on this particular student. And you can sort it. So I can say, in order by period, or I can, I just want to see biology, for example. I can just filter down. But this page, the difference with this page here is that it'll also show withdrawals. So if the student changed classes, let's say she was originally put in Algebra 2, she actually needs Advanced Algebra 2. So from that other page, that Modify Course Schedule page, once I drop Algebra 2, I add Advanced Algebra 2 on the date she's starting in that class. If I come back here, it would show a little bit differently Algebra 2 as a dropped course, and then it would have Advanced Algebra 2 as the current active course as well. So this is a place a lot of our users reference. It's called All Enrollments, but it's also called Course Registration. So whatever you want to call it here, it's the same page. Couple other things, extracurricular activities. When Kim was referencing searching for students on the football team, for example, earlier, that is designated on an individual student right here. So if this, and this is optional, some of our buildings use this and some don't. But if you want to designate which students are involved in which activities, the activities can be added by your district leader to your system. And then you can designate that on here if you wanted to keep track of that information. Remote and summer school registration, we touched on this just a little bit earlier. If you were just remote enrolling one single student, you could do this from this screen here. Scheduling settings, an often missed page during the enrollment process for a brand new student to your building. Your enrollment person will want to come to this page, and they'll want to fill in a next grade and a set to schedule and a year of graduation, and especially a next school indicator, or wherever they're going to school next school year. Because as I mentioned earlier, whatever's set on a student here is where that student will roll into for next school year in the end of year process. So very important piece here. If you do scheduling in PowerScheduler at a secondary building, this page becomes even more important to you. And student programs I referenced earlier. I showed you where to find a list of student programs in your district, but also how to view a list of students in that particular program. Well, this is the student view. This is where I can see this particular student, which programs that she is enrolled in over here for state reporting. Pretty much as a rule, for the most part, if it has a number in front of the program, it's for state reporting. And we're not touching it unless we're a state reporter. All right, that's all I've got for courses and programs. I'm going to hand it back to Kim for something on health.
Yeah, I'm just going to touch base. Let me share my screen here. Just to do a quick little run through of the health pages in the student pages. As you can see here, I clicked on the health and the emergency and medical contacts. When looking at this page is designed the same as demographics. It has the collapsible sections here. You also have the user settings up here. So it's just determined based on what you like to see, how you like to read it. But this page is a good printable form for a student in the event of an emergency. So again, you could come straight to the emergency medical context, print this. You might want to, send it with, hopefully not, but send it with, an emergency, a squad or a situation or a parent or a doctor or whoever is available to see this. So anyway, this is a very good page to be able to just print and go. Under health, you also have your health concerns. So clicking into your health concerns on a student, if there is one listed, it would be listed here. Again, you may not have access to this. You may have access to this. But this is where the nurse would go in, enter a health concern on a student. And that way, if a student showed up in your office or was in your classroom, you would be able to see any health concerns that student had. Health plans. This health plan is also something that the nurse would set up for a student. It's with a health plan, and we go through this in the health management training, but with a health plan, it's something that maybe the student has to have something checked at a particular time of day. It's also if there is an emergency or a student, what you would do in that emergency. So once that health plan is set up in the system, it can be printed. It also will go out to all the teachers that have that student. So that teacher will have to confirm receipt of that health plan. And again, we go over that in the health training program, but it is very, very nice for all people that interact with that student to be aware of those health concerns on that student. Medication is tracking any medication that the student has ever had. This must be manually entered. And again, I think I talked about this earlier. This would be something that would be put in by your nurse or somebody that maybe distributes medication. And you would have to keep track of all that medication and the dosage that the student is getting each day or as needed. Monitoring, this is only for diabetes monitoring. So if you have a diabetic student that comes in, that information would be added on the student, and that nurse or whoever checks the blood sugar level or gives any medication would be noting it in this monitoring section. Physical, and if you want to put physicals in here on students, you can do so. A lot of people that do this, like their athletic director is usually the one that would be able to view this screen and see if there's any physical limitations for a student and so on. Screenings. Let's see, I'll come up here. I can kind of show you. So you will see that the student, if they have any screenings on them, you'll be able to hover over each type of screening and it would show what the results are. So as you can see in this student, the screening provider type was the nurse. And then you can see that this is a hearing screening, what the left ear result, what the right ear result is, and so on. Now, with these screenings also manually can be set up to what your district wants to see there. So again, this all goes back to your health providers and who is monitoring those students for those screenings. But this can all be customized for your district the way you want to see it. Any additional information is just so. It's other information that wasn't on the other screens that you may want to enter. I don't know any districts that are entering insurance information, but this is a place that you can put that information in. Grade level entry certifications. This is for the information that you can, so if you have a kindergarten student and you can see that the kindergarten student needs, 4 or more of this combination of the vaccinations, and you can see, you can actually add this to a student, and then the system will interpret whether the student is compliant or not. And that's another thing that is also the health nurse would be responsible for. But this is an easy way to keep track of compliance. Immunizations, kind of same as the screenings. If you hover over the immunizations, you can see what the description is, and then you can see the number of doses that it is needed. Is the student out of compliance? Is it mandatory? And so on. And you can add any type of vaccine that you want to in here. Most districts add the mandatory vaccines, and then they might add a few others that maybe they are optional vaccines. And you can see up here at the top right, you can display those optional vaccines, or you can view this screen without displaying those optional vaccines. In some cases, you'll see this explanation mark here. Those are the vaccinations that are out of compliance. So it's also a quick glance at the immunizations and what the student is in compliant with and what the student is not in compliant with. PE waiver. This is not a PE waiver for credit. So this is not the PE waiver that you see on transcripts. This would be like a student that has a medical note that can't participate in phys ed. And again, only certain people may have access to view this screen, but this is separate from the transcript PE waiver. Contact log is anytime someone has been contacted for any health reason. The nurse would come in here and just note this. Hey, I called home because, your student needed a Tylenol today because they had a headache. This is where you would say, I contacted that person at what time, and then you could put any comments or notes regarding that. Office visits. These visit types, they can be customized. We do ask that the health nurses get with us, let us help them customize these for what they need. There's many different code sets that you can use. Again, you can add dates and times and things to these office visits. And then once that information is added and it's set up the way they want, they can filter on maybe a particular day that they're looking at. A student would come in, or someone would come in and ask if a student had been in for a particular reason. And they can go back and filter those dates and be able to look at just that particular office visit. So all of the health pages are really nice, but they do take some setup and some time to put into them to display the way the nurse or the principal or the secretary may want to see them. All right, that's all I have on health.
Thanks, Kim. All right, so we're coming down to the end here. We got a couple more subjects to go, and these are going to go pretty quick here. So we will wrap up before 3 o'clock. So I just wanted to point out that the post-secondary readiness, again, one of those things that's going to be much more applicable to our high school staff. And so I just want to put a quick plug in here. We will have a training on how to set up grad plan progress. So I just want you to remember for this, grad plan progress is your local school district's requirements, and that's customizable. You can set that up. Whereas grad pathways is the state screen to show you what the state requirements are. It's a page that was created by our EMIS state reporting team to help you see per student what they have toward graduation, what they need for graduation. So again, grad plan progress, local requirements, grad pathways is going to be our state page. Both have information that may be similar, like credits, but I do want to click into the grad plan progress to show you what that could look like if you set it up in your building. A lot of our high schools have already set this up, but it's just a neat way visual way to show students, to show admin staff, to show parents how their student is working toward graduation. And again, this is all customizable to show, what they've completed, what they are working on, and then how many credits total they have toward each category, let's say. All right, so again, customizable. So this is just the link to select which grad plan a student is on. You can have so many different grad plans if you want to, specific to those different types of honors diplomas that we have now and such. And or just have a regular diploma, the minimum requirements to graduate a student you could have. And the last thing I want to show you on this part of the menu is the Ohio Grad Worksheet form. A few years back, it was requested that we create a form, basically a place in PowerSchool where as a counselor is working with a student and they can indicate what they talked about. So basically a career plan that was required by the state. So that's what this is for. So this is just basically a bunch of fields that you can fill in with important information about your student if you would like to use it. And then there's a report that can be printed from this. So I just wanted to show you that. I'm going to hop through these pretty quickly. So state, province, Ohio, you may not even have access in your own district to this page. These are state reporting pages. If you do have access, it's likely they're just view only, and it's equally likely you will never click into these places, but it's just information for state reportings on a student. School enrollment. Again, we do have an enrollments and transfers training. There's a copy or a video of it on our YouTube channel if you want to check it out, if you're the person that does enrollments. But I did want to just point out one link in this set here, enrollment history, will show you the history of enrollment for this student in your district. So current enrollment is obviously the current enrollment for the student, and then all previous enrollments by year for that student. All right, so that's those pieces.
We're not going to look into all of these. The transaction, this is if your district is using, again, PowerSchool fees or Power Lunch for lunch transactions. These pages would show that information as well as you could work with those as needed. What we do want to bring up here is the more category. These are custom screens. Again, these vary district to district. So you will see different list of custom screens that is specific to your district, what has been set up. The item we do want to point on here is in the meta reports section. If we click on custom reports, this is where you can access the student transcript. So as you need to select student transcripts, you can select the different parameters listed here to run an individual student's transcript to view and potentially print as needed. So we wanted to make sure we cover that as well. And I believe that was the last item on our list. We've made it through all of the student pages. Stephen, Kim, is there anything else that we wanted to go over before we share the survey?
No, I don't think so. I think I think we made it in time, right? So we got you done before 3 o'clock, and like Sally said, we would really appreciate it. We're going to drop a survey into the chat right now, and Chris helped us out by putting a couple of questions as polls there. If you could answer those poll questions there about the PowerSchool Q&A coming up. So in a couple of weeks, what we decided to try something a little different this year, and that's so post PowerSchool 101, we want to offer an opportunity for anyone that was on the 101 training to come back and ask any questions they've come up with in the couple of weeks since the training. So now that we've filled your brain with all this knowledge and all of these subjects, hopefully we didn't overwhelm you. You'll have some time to go process them back at your home district. I know the timing means that it's into the school year a little bit, but it's just going to be a quick afternoon session, kind of a drop-in type of deal. Where you can come in and ask your questions. So we're wondering if anybody would like to join us for that. And then also we're looking for more ideas on future Power Hour sessions. So we've mentioned a couple of those today in the session, and we are more than willing to offer them if our users are looking for just quick hits, or whatever you want to call it, power hours on different subjects within PowerSchool. Maybe go into more depth on some of the things that we covered today. So Sally just popped that survey into the chat. So if you could just spend the last few minutes with us filling out that survey, it really helps us become better and make the training better for our users. And we really appreciate your time today. Anything else
Stephen,
we wanted to say?
can I add something really quickly?
Of course.
If there is something on the training today, like so the attendance management and like health management or something like that, that that someone else that's not on here that's within your district is interested, please let them know too. When the trainings are, you can go out on our Meta website and find out. But yeah, spread the word of our upcoming trainings if you know of somebody that would be interested in your district. So
definitely. All right, and I just popped that calendar link into our chat. So if you want to hit the calendar link, you can see what other upcoming trainings we have. We have, I think, enrollment transfers this week, and start of year training, and start of year Q&A next week, and then our Q&A for 101 in a couple of weeks. So lots coming up, and then power hours to come.